I'm going to call the meeting to order, the June 6th, 2017 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. And sorry for the delay. Ms. Gomez.
Let the record show that all council members are present, except with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer.
And Ms. City Attorney, do you have a report on the closed session?
Council gave direction to staff on all items in closed session.
Thank you. We do have a couple of proclamations today, and I believe Mr. Tibbetts has the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have the honor of giving the proclamation for this year's Miss Sonoma County, Christina Schmull. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas lifetime Santa Rosa resident Christina Schmull is recognized for achieving the title of the 2017 Miss Sonoma County and being the 71st young woman to hold this distinguished title. And whereas at 23 years of age, Christina has already proven herself to be an incredible young lady. She graduated in 2012 from Santa Rosa's Maria Carrillo High School with honors and was a member of the National Honor Society as an AP scholar, as well as captain of her high school golf team, and was twice named All-Empire Women's Golf Player of the Year. She also achieved the positions of captain of her high school track team, editor of her high school newspaper, and president of the local Junior State of America. And whereas, as Miss Sonoma County, Christina has become a source of inspiration for people of all ages, not only for her remarkable accomplishments, but also for being very open and engaging in conversations surrounding the importance of good mental health as she freely shares with our community her own challenges of anxiety and depressive disorder. And whereas, as Miss Sonoma County, Christina Schmoll will be representing our fine city and the citizens of Santa Rosa and the great county of Sonoma at numerous local gatherings and events during her year of service, including when she competes for the coveted title of Miss California in June of this year and possibly Miss America in September. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Chris Corsi, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby congratulate and extend praise to Santa Rosa resident in 2017. Thanks so much, Christina.
Raise this thing. Okay, I think that's good. Thank you, Mayor Corsi and all Santa Rosa City Council members. I'm so humbled to be receiving this and very proud to be a lifetime resident of Santa Rosa. Never in my life would I think I would do anything that would be worthy of a proclamation. Being Miss Sonoma County for the last 3 months and 2 days exactly has been everything I could have imagined it would be and more. It has made me tremendously happy and given me opportunities I would never have the opportunity to, all the events to attend, but it has also been challenging for me. It has forced me to grow and made me have to become a more confident person. I know more about myself than I did 3 months ago and have to thank the Miss Sonoma County organization for always believing in me. I have not only become a better person, but definitely become a better and more well-rounded Santa Rosa resident. I know that no matter where I go, especially in this next month with Miss California coming up, Santa Rosa will be my home. And it has been such a pleasure working with all of you. I have yet to meet John Sawyer, but I've met all of you before, and I can't wait for all of the events that I'll attend with you in the near coming future. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. John Sawyer does exist. We're just not sure where he is right now. I have a card on this. Peter Cherneff.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just met our new queen, and I was inspired. So this is my share. Miss Sonoma County, newly crowned queen in this kingdom of true bounty, to lead by example via intelligence and charm, Christina's green eyes most any would disarm. Conspiracies, whether fascinating, complex, or gory, she seeks the truth behind any deceiving story. Authority and confidence she'll display during her reign into the promised land from a world once insane, strengthening young women to become true champions of justice by actions as the leader. So say I, Peter, King of Masterpiece Theater, to the true feminine power, I sincerely say, come out, come forward, it be time to play. I say, goddess, goddess, be now arisen, to bust the chains of this old world's prison. As the eagle does soar, and the lion does roar, corruption, abuse, and wars will be no more. For you have now appeared to fulfill your given fate, as a leader by strength and love, as destiny's date, Christina Aaron, a woman warrior of serious daring. And good luck to you for this next year, and I'm sure you'll do just phenomenally great. Thank you.
Item 6.2, another proclamation. I think Mr. Rogers has this one.
Yeah, it's my honor to present the proclamation today celebrating Pride Month. The recipient will be Javier Rivera Rosales, with the Director of Positive Images. And let me go ahead and read this through for you for a minute. Whereas Santa Rosa's vibrant LGBTQ, that's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities, comprise thousands of individuals, families, and supporters who are an integral part of the fabric of our city and who demonstrate pride and commitment throughout the year by virtue of their contributions to our city's economy and quality of life, especially as elected and appointed officials, professionals, business owners, decision makers, and employees in government, including the City of Santa Rosa, as well as public and private enterprises, parents, students, homeowners, charitable contributors, volunteers, and more. And whereas June is designated International Pride Month, honoring the history and achievements of LGBTQ people, during which millions attend public celebrations around the globe to commemorate, as they have for 47 years, the 1969 Stonewall Uprising that served as the catalyst for the modern LGBTQ civil rights movement. And whereas LGBTQ communities in Sonoma County have much to celebrate in terms of business and professional achievements, artistic expression, political involvement, community activities, and life-affirming family relationships, including marriage, and are a vital part of the Sonoma County culture. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa and LGBTQ communities in Sonoma County continue to support and encourage diversity in the workplace and throughout our community. And whereas Positive Images, established in 1990, provides support and advocacy to Sonoma County's gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, and intersex youth and young adults, and educates the greater community. And whereas the city is proud of its skilled, talented, and dedicated employees, including LGBTQ individuals who work in a wide variety of jobs providing services to the people of Santa Rosa. Now therefore be it resolved by Chris Corsi, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, he does hereby proclaim the month of June to be Pride Month.
Don't have to wait, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Here. Do you mind if I just go there? No. Okay, I got it this time. Okay, hold on, let me get you close up here. Ready? Relax. Good. Thank you. Sorry.
Do I have time to say a few words? Is this on? Whoa. That was a lot. When I hear that, I think it's an honor for me just to be in the presence of something being said like that in public. And for folks behind, I think it's really important for us to recognize the beauty and the gifts and the joy that LGBTQ people have given to our world. I know that we addressed Stonewall, and there was so much richness prior to that. Maybe it wasn't open, but within different cultures around the world that have offered so much. And so today it's a great honor for me to be here in just recognition from each of you and from the city that Positive Images has been doing a lot of work for the last 26 years in Sonoma County to make sure that we're providing spaces for young folks to feel like they can be who they are without judgment, shame, or guilt, or being ostracized or marginalized. Things are still happening. There are still a lot of horrible and terrible things that are happening in the households, within schools, within different places around the United States, even here in Santa Rosa. And there are a lot of beautiful things that we're doing to make sure that we're holding our mission and our vision true. And I thank all of you for doing your work in making that happen. So, thank you.
Thank you, Javier. I have a card on this. Peter Cherneff.
I'm here to do it again. So there was once a man who sort of fulfilled his fate. He was known to be gay. That was Alexander the Great. He said, without knowledge, skill cannot be focused. Without skill, strength cannot be brought to bear. And without strength, knowledge may not be applied. And so some consider him one of the top warriors of history. As for myself, being politically correct is not my forte, and that includes any group, including the gay. Being PC matters not to me, as I am calling forth true warriors of spirit. Yes, those who do hear it, and I'm speaking of prophecy. Now, the acronym for gay, God's Almighty Yeshua be the acronym for gay. I am Peter, and this truly I say. Leading by spirit, as the spirit be a fire, an army be recruited, all corruptions to be booted, as we all desire. The fire be fierce, as all illusions we pierce. And Javier is also a local young true leader, to lead by spirit to those who do hear it. A young warriors within this realm coming forward to take the helm, to demand, better still, command this nation to its highest station, also known as the Promised Land. Javier, the young champion and leader, so say we all, so say I, Peter King of Masterpiece Theater. He's an educated, hardworking young man, and I wish him continued success and to help unite the youth in the final overthrow of the corruption by royal interruption. And of course, you're invited on the 9th of June. It truly be a full moon tune. Thank you very much.
And we will move on to, there are no staff briefings. Mr. City Manager, any report?
Nothing to report.
Ms. City Attorney, any report?
And nothing to report.
Thank you. Statements of abstention this evening. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be abstaining from item 14.2.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I will be abstaining from any votes regarding the public golf course out of a, what's the phrase? Abundance of caution. I don't technically, but I live close enough that it makes me concerned, so I want to abstain from that.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Mayor and Council reports. Who wants to begin? Mr. Oliveris.
Certainly. Going back to last month on the 24th, I had the honor of attending the San Rosa Police Department's awards luncheon at the Finley Center. It was just great to see the celebration and honoring of the heroics and outstanding achievements of the men and women of the police department, including some of their volunteers as well. On the 26th, just never ceases to amaze me, just the great excitement from our kids at the great graduations. I was at the Rosa School great graduation on the 26th with the fifth grade class there. Just wonderful to see the strong connection that is built between the young kids in the community and our law enforcement professionals. And on the first, I think some of you were also there, Rosa University Prep School had their portfolio day, another amazing day celebrating the achievements of the students of Rosa University Prep. And then Thursday, I attended the SRJC President's Report to the Community, very well attended, and at this year's event, good friends Susie and Mike Marslick were honored for their work as relates to education for our community's youth. And then Saturday, Mayor, I will let you report out on the wonderful celebration we went to out in the Southwest area.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Oliveris. Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be meeting at the RPC and the Housing Subcommittee as divisions of ABAG tomorrow. So just giving you a heads up. I think if you would prefer me to leave this to you, I will say what a wonderful event we had on Saturday at Catalina Street Fair, where the Catalina homes, 60 homes were built by Sweat Equity. Grand opening, wonderful celebration, fabulous looking neighborhood, walking distance to a local school, 231 residents now housed. And those folks had Burbank Housing, through Burbank Housing, a small subsidy from our city, well, maybe more substantial than small, but also they did the work themselves. They did Sweat Equity on their homes, and they were just gorgeous. So delighted to have 60 new homes, 231 new residents housed in our city. Had the good fortune to attend the Locien luncheon. Excellent conversation describing how young people can become more engaged in our community. And a reminder to anyone who hears that it is an election day, that there is a special election, and that people should be voting. If you haven't voted, please go vote now. I understand the polls close at 8 o'clock. Don't leave it to the last. And just to let you know, I might need to leave council a little bit early depending upon how long it goes today. So, thank you.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor Corsi. Several items. On Memorial Day, I was able to attend the Avenue of the Flags Memorial Day celebration at Santa Rosa Memorial Park. And if other members of the community have not had the opportunity to attend that, I strongly encourage it. Just you left that recognizing the people that made those ultimate sacrifices and the great community we have when we all come together to make those recognitions. Also on May 31st, Vice Mayor Tibbetts and I attended a St. Rose neighborhood meeting held at Catholic Charities Family Sports Center to talk about some of the issues in that neighborhood. Very well attended. As Councilmember Oliveros mentioned, also attended the Roseland University Prep Portfolio Day. I'd also throw that out to other members of the community. If you're ever interested in participating in that, they're always looking for volunteers, and it really is inspiring to see the kids at RUP excel and make presentations in front of members of the community. They've got a really good thing going on there. Then I also have some lengthy notes here from our very first Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting on June 1st. Again, want to thank the mayor for appointing me to that. So we had a variety of different items that we covered. First, the election of officers. Supervisor Linda Hopkins was elected the chair, and she is representing the Sonoma County Water Agency. I was elected as the vice chair. We then had to hold a public hearing on a decision to form the agency, of which this body agreed to. Then we did adopt the resolution to form the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and we authorized the filing of the agency formation notification with the California Department of Water Resources. And then get your calendars out. Approve future calendar and location for future agency board meetings are going to be every other month, October 10th, August 10th, October 12th, and December 14th at 1 o'clock at the Utilities Field Office here in the city of Santa Rosa. We also approved the initial agency budget and a service agreement with the Gold Ridge Resource Conservation District to serve as the interim administrator. So Brittany from Gold Ridge will be our interim administrator. Then we also approved a service agreement with the Sonoma County Water Agency for grant writing and grant administration, outreach and communication and technical services. And the thing that I hope a lot of people will be interested, we also approved the application process to form the advisory committee to the board. And this advisory committee will review and or provide recommendations to the board on groundwater related issues. The process is going to be our administrator with member agency staff will review and make recommendations to the board. The advisory committee includes 3 categories of appointees, one from each entity serving on the GSA, and I believe the mayor, you will be making that appointment on this advisory. I wasn't sure if it was you or this.
We'll have to talk
We'll get
further
back with
about
that one. Okay, but there will be a representative of Santa Rosa, not an elected official on that board. Sorry I didn't cover that with you earlier, Mayor. Then we also had 7 interest-based members. There'll be 2 representing environmental representatives, 2 from rural residential well owners, 1 business community representative, 2 agricultural interests. I just checked the website for both the City of Santa Rosa and the Water Agency, and the application process is not there yet. We are anticipated to be open from July 1st through July 31st. So if anyone is interested in serving on that advisory committee, please keep your eyes out for the Water Agency website, and when I get that information, I'll be sure to provide it to members of the community also. There'll be 2 additional spots on the advisory committee, the Federated Indians of the Great Rancheria and the City of Sebastopol. And that's it for that meeting. And then I have one announcement to make. When former Mayor, Councilmember Sawyer appointed Karen Weeks to the Planning Commission, he took my Measure O Oversight Committee member, quality person of our community. And so I'd like to announce my Measure O Oversight Committee appointee is Terry Griffin, who many of us know from her years of service with the City of Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief on a couple of these. Also had an opportunity to be out with Burbank Housing for the ribbon cutting and festival this weekend. It was great to be there to see those 60 units unveiled and see the community that they really built there, not just homes, but 100 or 231 people having a new community to live in. The Losien luncheon was also fantastic, talking about how to get more people, particularly young people, involved. And I did also have a chance to attend the Avenue of Flags with Councilmember Sweathelm as well. We had a cannabis subcommittee meeting that Councilmember Oliveris and Sawyer and myself were able to attend last week. Some of those items will be coming forward, I'm sure, shortly. And then wanted to do a quick thank you to both the Oakmont Farmers Market and the West End Farmers Market for hosting me for community office hours over the last 2 weeks. We are in the middle of farmers market season, so the Oakmont Market is every Saturday, and the West End Farmers Market is every Sunday. If you get a chance to get out there, it's a great place to go and spend an early morning on a weekend. One other quick question, Mr. Mayor. I have received quite a few questions from individuals about what Santa Rosa is particularly doing on our climate plan with what's going on at the federal level with the Paris Climate Agreement. Could we get some form of an update, whether it be an email to the community or some form of informational session, giving an update on where we are actually at with the implementation of our climate action plan?
Thank you for that lead-in. I know that we've all received quite a bit of communication from the community about this, and I wanted to acknowledge that tonight, and I'm going to take a few minutes to do that. A lot of our constituents over the past several days have expressed a combination of disappointment, disbelief, anger, and similar emotions about the President's decision to pull out of the 2015 Paris Agreement on climate action. I join in those emotions. I think it's a dereliction of duty when the most prosperous, most powerful nation on the earth turns its back on the international community's efforts, unanimous efforts, near unanimous efforts to preserve the planet for future generations. Luckily, we don't depend just on Washington when it comes to taking climate action. Santa Rosa and Sonoma County have been at the forefront of this, recognizing human impacts on our environment and adopting measures to reduce those impacts. Santa Rosa developed our climate action plan in 2012. We're active partners in the Regional Climate Protection Authority, and we strive to reduce our carbon footprint every day. And just some of the ways we do that is by, number one, recycling 100% of what used to be called wastewater in this community. We support renewable energy development as customers of Sonoma Clean Power. And even now, we are in the beginning of a project to install solar on all of our, most of our downtown parking garages. I want to make it clear to the community, and I think the entire council will join me in this, that Santa Rosa remains committed to our climate action plan, regardless of the actions or inactions of our president. This is not just something that's good for the planet, it's good for our community, it's good for our economy, and it's good for all of our residents. And unless I hear an objection from the council tonight, I'll be signing on behalf of the city letters such as the one that's in your packets, in which mayors from cities around the country reiterate our collective pledge to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adhere to the agreements that our country agreed to in Paris 2 years ago. And I hope that answers your question, Mr. Rogers.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just a couple other things. Yes, Ms. Combs.
I'm delighted, and thank you for bringing this forward and for providing the information you have provided. It still would be useful for us to receive a report back from staff on our climate action plan updates on the status of where we are with that climate action plan. If we can also ask for that information, or where we can send us a link where we can find it on the website, that would be really useful, because I'd like to be able to share all of that good news with our community as well.
It is on the website. I believe it's srcity.org/climate, but I'll make sure that I get that to all of the council. I just wanted to mention our special council meeting that we had on May 24th. I want to thank the community who came out in good numbers to that meeting. Thank our staff for putting it together. And we talked about a series of meetings over the summer. I think what the plan is at this point is an invitation has gone out to schedule a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors on addressing homeless issues, addressing affordable housing issues and supportive housing issues. When that is scheduled, I will let you all know. One other thing I wanted to announce is that tomorrow night at the Downtown Market in Courthouse Square, Vice Mayor Tibbetts and myself will be presiding over a public wedding of 3 couples during the market. The music will stop for a few minutes, and Jack and I will marry these folks, and then we're all going to dance them into wedded bliss. So everyone is invited, and we hope to see you there. This will be at 7 o'clock at the market. Finally, I do plan to have a 20-minute break tonight, and it'll probably be prior to our public hearings. And with that, we have no minutes to approve. We're on to the consent calendar, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 14.1, item 12.1, I'm skipping ahead. Resolution contract award Wi-Fi service for public areas. Item 12.2, resolution amendment to Roseland pre-annexation agreement. Item 12.3, motion letter of agreement to allow reimbursement by Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I have a quick question on item 12.1 for you, Mr. McHenry. If Evening.
Good evening.
So I'm very happy to see public Wi-Fi. I've been a big proponent for it. My question is really about whether or not there has been any discussion about capping data usage for the free public Wi-Fi. I ask in particular because I have heard people joke, at least, that live near the square, near Railroad Square, that they might as well get rid of their internet service provider in exchange for just piggybacking off of the cities. Obviously, don't want to overload it, but as we talk more about housing in certain areas, whether it be downtown or Railroad Square, has there been any of this conversation about how you can allow people to use it without abusing it?
Yes, one of our design objectives was to have a fast internet experience for people using it during public gathering times, like for the big events, things like that, for Wednesday night markets. And in fact, we've seen with the preliminary circuit down there that we're getting extremely fast data rates. Christy Bartlett and her team here have a software package that analyzes response time, number of gigabytes used, what applications are being used. And we're seeing it's working really well. At this point, we are not seeing very many people, as we would say, camped on it. The usage goes down to virtually nothing overnight. The software we do have in place that monitors our Wi-Fi and our wired network allows us to identify high data users and high data usage applications. And we have the ability to restrict those if necessary. So our plan is that we are going to leave it open until it's a problem. If it becomes a problem, we'll take a look at some policies around how do we cap off either higher data rate users, throttle them back in speed, or even cut back applications for certain periods of time. Our next step, though, is to expand it to Railroad Square and other areas in the city as well. And as we expand to the other areas, this question is going to be more and more critical, particularly as we expand in areas that have more of a neighborhood around them.
I appreciate that. So I'm hearing, don't ruin it for everybody.
Well, yeah, it was very important for us to allow the visitors, the intended users of it, to have really good access. And that is, in fact, the case, but have the ability to cut back where we saw a need, either by a user-by-user basis or by an application. But we'd have to develop a policy, I think, around how we do that, if in fact we get to that point soon.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Swedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, I also had a question on 12.1. So currently we have Wi-Fi, right? And is Sonic providing that? It's more of a process question about are they already providing it? Because I couldn't find any dates on any of the documents to say what is the 3-year period that this contract is going to be covering?
We have a temporary circuit in place right now that just happens to be from Sonic. It's a month-to-month agreement that is not at the data rate we need for Wi-Fi. We put it up early because we wanted to have something operational for the opening of the square as well as for the first Ironman. But we're desperately wanting to pull down that month-to-month service and replace it with a longer-term, better, and frankly more cost-effective service, which is what this action is about.
So what would be the dates of this agreement?
It'll be effective if council moves it forward. It'll become effective once council moves it forward tonight.
From here to next year. All right,
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. And thank you. This includes you, but is a broader question. So, for example, in this particular one of the items, the funds involved are, I assume, are general fund funds?
They are a combination of general fund and of non-general fund. We have in information technology department, we have an internal service fund, and we have a cost allocation method that allocates the cost across various departments across the city. So yes, it is distributed across all departments.
All city departments are contributing for
Yes.
our city to have citywide Wi-Fi?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't know the percentages offhand.
It's okay. And is this in our current budget or the one coming forward to us in
Yes,
June?
it is in our current budget.
So this isn't in addition to the previous budget hearings that we had?
Yes, I believe it was the mid-year, council approved a kickoff. It was called the Digital Government Smart Cities, and that's what we started the project with. But ongoing costs for this are included in the proposed FY 17-18 budget.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really excited that we're doing this kind of infrastructure work in our city. I think it's really helpful. I'm glad to see it. So I want to ask more generally to confirm the same questions basically on the other two items. Are the funds general funds, and are both of the other two items monies going forward new monies that we're talking about, or monies coming into or out of the general fund, or
So 12.2 is a
reimbursement.
is an agreement with correcting an error, a clerical error in an agreement. So
Okay.
there's no general fund obligation.
Okay.
And 12.3 is the reimbursement from the Public Safety Consortium. So this reimbursement funds to the city for outlays for this position that the council approved, I think,
Right.
last fall, if I recollect.
So none
it's a
of these have an
reimbursement.
impact
No.
on the budget as it goes forward?
No.
Okay, probably between now and when we finalize the budget, I'll ask that frequently. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have no cards on this. Oh, sorry, Mr. Schwartz.
Not for you on item 12.2. So my question is, so this came before council back in November, and what I wasn't clear about, did the methodology change or the numbers change? Because I was trying to look for the formula in both the November presentation and this one, and I couldn't find it. And the reason I ask is just for future councils, if there's, whether it be a math problem methodology, where is that methodology documented? So either side has a public document that they can go to, this is what the council's agreed to in the Board of Soups.
So the methodology is spelled out in words. It doesn't show you like the calculation. We have a spreadsheet that does the subsidy calculation that we'll be doing every year for 10 years. It is based on increase of revenue in 6 different categories, 2 of which are actuals, 1 being the sales tax, which is what we're correcting. The other 4, we will use audited numbers and just go growth year over year and apply that. So we'll look at all the revenues, and then we offset that with the expenditures, which is really a year-to-year growth in labor costs without new positions. So that's how we do the subsidy calculation, and it is documented, but it's more written in language. The Exhibit E of the agreement outlines what the numbers are as the baseline that we start from to calculate going forward.
Right, so that's the part where I got some confused. So I saw those numbers and it said the sales tax revenue, then what changed from November
Right,
to
the
now?
sales tax revenue in November was $533,000. I think it's actually $547,000.
Yeah, right.
So that, what that would do is in the first year of the subsidy calculation, it could possibly skew it because it would say the revenue growth was greater than it actually was. So what we're correcting is just putting the right number as our baseline figure for our calculations going forward.
And then moving forward, will there still be a need for the consultants to assist, or can the city and county have this discussion?
Well, moving forward, it will just be the city's consultant. They have the address range. They will annually give us a report of the actual revenue generated from that area so that we can do the subsidy calculation. That's due to the county at the end of October every year. So we wait for that September settle-up payment to come in from the state on the sales taxes, and then we'll use those numbers of actual generated revenue in the area based on that school district, for the property tax, and based on all the businesses by address for sales tax.
Great, thank you.
Very well. Mr. Tibbetts.
I move item 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3 of the consent calendar and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
It passes with 6 ayes. Councilmember Sawyer is absent and will be for the rest of the meeting. Moving on to 14.1.
Item 14.1, reports, City Council Goal Setting Report, adoption of mission vision statements, and council priorities. So back on March 10th, and then subsequently on the 20th and 21st, the council went through a goal settings series of workshops to create a mission, vision, and value statement for Santa Rosa, and to confirm and reorder the priority list that the council has adopted in prior years. The mission that the council chose to move forward was to provide high-quality public services and cultivate a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. The vision is Santa Rosa leading the North Bay. The values that were brought forward are illustrated above. I do have a question, but before I get to the question, I just want to say that the council graciously allowed those value statements to go back to the organization and for the team to start to work, the city staff to start to work on defining value statements that the organization will move forward on. There is one value statement that that was mentioned, I brought up at the meeting. I'm looking for a little bit of direction on that value statement, and that's the value statement of inclusion. In light of the council's work on an indivisible city and other topics, I would recommend that this list be amended to include the inclusion list of value statements. That gives you 6 value statements. And so I'd like to see if we can advance inclusiveness or inclusivity or some version of that for the staff to work on as an addition to these value statements. Again, the tier 1 priorities were brought forward, and they're illustrated above. And we continue to work on these as a staff on a daily basis. The council has set up various committees and subcommittees to handle many of the topics involved in the conversation. This is the tier 2 priorities. At the top of that list are 2.1 and 2.2, which, as I will remind council, garnered the most votes in that conversation. And those are some really important ones, and I just want to take a moment to emphasize those top 2 priority items, which are ensure long-term revenue stability for the city and create a framework for 21st century service delivery model that is nimble, fosters innovation, and supports new technologies and opportunities. And again, there's the continuing to do work on these items. And lastly, a list of other opportunities. When we say not moving forward, these are actually many things that are on this list continue to move forward, including the climate action plan. So this can be a little bit of a misnomer. It creates an environment where staff is not bringing forward these items into, as council agreed, to study sessions and other types of topics of conversation. The priority work is on the tier 1 and the tier 2 items, and we continue to work on these as opportunities allow, and this was also a sort of a placeholder for future councils to get into conversations about these topics as the city moves forward and is addressing the other items on tier 1 and tier 2. And it is recommended by the city manager's office that the council accept the goal-setting workshop report, adopt the mission and vision and value statements with the amendment to include inclusivity, and approve tier 1 and tier 2 council priorities. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Council, let's start with the request by the city manager that we add inclusion as a value. Are there any objections or comments on this? There you go. All right. Any questions for staff? Mr. Rogers.
Mine's not so much a question as it is potentially to clarify and make sure that we're capturing everything. Under the other opportunities, we had the long discussion about neonicotinoids, transgenic contamination prevention. I wanted to also make sure from some feedback that I heard from the public that this also specified or called out glyphosate as well, instead of trying to just lump it into that one category, but making sure that it was viewed as being a continuation of this, and if there's no objection from the rest of the council to doing so.
Ms. Combs.
I certainly don't object. My understanding was we had a brief conversation in which GMO was included in this group, which I guess is transgenic contamination. So just want to make sure that's clear also. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Ms. Combs.
I'm excited and I really appreciate the Tier 1 and Tier 2 priorities that my fellow council members and I have worked hard on. I know that the mission mentions resiliency and livability, but the values, it's a question to me whether the values recognize resiliency and livability. And I apologize for only just now sort of really processing that difference. I love these values, I don't have any problem with these values. My question is it typical for the mission to name values that the values don't list?
Again, I think it is typical because,
Okay.
again, you're trying to cast a wider net. There's a place for each of those. So the value statement is basically how the mission is what drives the as stated. The mission reflects the purpose of the city. The vision is the future focused and aspirational. And then the value statement is how you approach your work to deliver the other items.
Okay, thank you. And just as an aside, since I've been asking questions about the climate action plan, and we're doing some wonderful things with regard to it, the mayor's task force shows Chuck Regalia as the chair. So we might want to
Thank you for that note.
do some things with what's shown on the website. Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. And I want to just let the public know that we spent the better part of a morning working on this as a council and with staff. 2 days on this. So we're not giving this short shrift. This is a review and just confirmation of what we said back in April.
Do you need a motion?
I have a card from Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I was fortunate to be able to be at the hotel where you folks were meeting to discuss your visions and set some goals and listen for a while. And I have this idea that we should reach back to the Open Government Task Force and also make sure that it is the guiding light on all of your visions and goals. It's something that a lot of money was spent on. A lot of time, staff energy was taken to put together what was then a goal and a vision for a sitting council at the time that was empowered and seated. So as you move forward, it's a good time to re-embrace that and say, yes, we see the value of inclusiveness on our decision-making. And we see the value of a transparency about how you go towards reaching a goal. We used to have a saying long ago. A guy told me, he was a drill sergeant. He said, "The end will justify whatever I mean." And, you know, we had to understand that. We had to take that. That's just the way that is. But you're an elected body, and as I understand it through having read the Brown Act again, because I like that thing from the 1950s, it's about you folks working with us to do what we, the people, believe was going to be the best for the city and the long-term goals. So I'm not here to undermine any of the vision or the goals that you folks set. I'm actually just here to say, hey, now that you got that, actions speak louder than words. Let's get it going. Let's put them into play, always with that touchstone of the Open Government Task Force. And with that in mind, I do ask for one little extra. Let's get community-involved public television back. Essentially, it's been killed. And no one wants to say it that way, but I used to go to that studio. I used to help on some projects there. And it's empty, and we don't have any other alternative right now. And I believe, especially during this time with this current federal administration and other adventures that will be leading up, it's a good time to make sure that you empower the public again to participate with, and I know some folks don't like this sometimes, but a little bit of dissenting points of view to broaden the discussion and let it all go forward in a positive manner. And all in an acceptable format for television. I know television's gotten kind of base, but we can bring it back to a really nice place. Thank you.
Mr. Schwedhelm, you have this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa accepting the Council Goal-Setting Workshop Report, adopting the mission and vision statements, and approving the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Council priorities, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Council, your votes? That passes with 6 ayes. It being past 5 p.m., I'm going to take public comment. Mr. Cherneff.
Thank you. Are we on? We're on? Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Mayor. You know, it was back in 1989 that one student at Tiananmen Square stood up and he stopped 10 tanks. And I say that now comes California warriors that are going to shut down the world banks, the banks of usury. And maybe what we need is the assistance of Wonder Woman. We sure need something. So Wonder Woman, I think, is a good idea. And Julia Butterfly Hill is Wonder Woman. Yes, for 2 years atop Luna, she gave the world a thrill. Yes, the one and only most beautiful Julia Butterfly Hill. And now she's back and speaking strongly on the stage, calling forth from the east, west, south, and north, true-hearted warriors to engage. On June 4th in Petaluma at Big Mama's World Environment Day, she again took the platform and sincerely did say that she was in fact the joyous vegan, for it be the loving choice, to be kind to all sentients who rarely have a voice, for the true power of love be the greatest of all, and that on June 9th be the California Freedom Strike, whereas all corruptions will fall. 11 a.m., the place that most start, be on the ground floor of the West Oakland BART, and then we will walk to and report right there at the Central Oakland Port as we shut down the entire West Coast till DC and Wall Street be but burnt toast by the prophecy that frees us all by freeing Leonard Peltier, this world's greatest freedom boycott action being exceedingly clear. We refuse to be inmates. We refuse to be slaves to this matrix of insanity ruled by usurious bankers and their bar lawyerly knaves. We cease the industry of slaughterhouse, so too of oil. For this 40-day strike, spiritual warriors become now royal, with all strength and love from within, beyond, and above. Aho. So my part 2 on this is about the hypocritical rationalization in our daily lives. Most of us say we love animals, yet the majority maintain the barbaric slaughterhouse. Last Sunday, Julia Butterfly Hill announced a protest and vigil at the Petaluma Chicken Slaughterhouse. 50 people arrived. The week before, 250 protested the murder of 70,000 each week of our hapless feathered sentients. Most of these chicken factory farms use chicken feed from China, which is primarily consisting of 4 ingredients: GMO soil, radioactive seaweed, ground up dogs, and ground up Chinese citizen cadavers, all turned into pellets. Yum. And that's what you're feeding your kids? Most who routinely purchase to fill their fridges with murdered beasts would never have the stomach to do the actual killing of these intelligent, life-loving birds. That alone should be your guide.
Dwayne DeWitt.
Thanks, sir. I'm going to use the overhead if I may. I've got it on. There we go. Hello, my name is Dwayne Dewitt. I'm from Roseland. I've been hanging around out there a long time. And this little report right here is from when officially the area was redlined. No one wanted to say it that way at the time, but basically they called out, due to some pollution that was in the area, an actual area that they called the red zone. And that red zone, in a sense, redlined Roseland, why we haven't been getting any type of investment out there for 18 years. But before that, there was another report that was done as the city of Santa Rosa was working on what they called the Southwest Area Plan. And so the Southwest Area Plan has actually been readopted, if you will, as the Roseland Specific Plan and Annexation. And I bring this up because back then, it was important that people were already looking. As a matter of fact, the same guy, EPS, is doing the studies. We're looking at how to get money because we knew that annexation wouldn't be able to pay for itself, and that's been the bugaboo for, oh man, isn't it? Yeah, it's 20-something years now, keeping annexation from moving forward since the county island was formed by the city. So, long story short, within a 3-minute time frame, and we're down to 140 seconds. I'm here to ask you to have at least one more representative at tomorrow's meeting of the Roseland Brownfields Project Group being held by the Sonoma County Community Development Commission at their offices on Guerneville Road at 5:30 to 7:30 in the evening. Ms. Jessica Jones came to the first meeting 3 weeks ago. I don't know if she's reported back to you, but I believe that a council member needs to be there. And if not that, at least a member of the city manager's staff then, because this is at the top levels right now with the county getting ready to go forward on what they're planning for at least 18 sites that are underutilized due to pollution over in that Roseland area, some of which lies within the city. And some of the funding can be utilized to do things within the city. Now, a while back, Roberts Road was discussed here. Excuse me, Roberts Avenue. Roberts Road is up in Cantati. Roberts Avenue off of Sebastopol Road was discussed here, and somebody's come up with an idea that maybe you'll run a $10 to $12 million tunnel under Highway 12 in the future out there. This will be an opportunity for you folks to do some investigation, phase 1, visioning and understanding what could be possible there. We really need to have the city and county staff talking together on this, especially if your annexation does go through in the future. Tomorrow night, CDC offices, Sonoma County, Guerneville Road, 5:30 p.m. Be there. Thank you.
Colleen Fernald.
Do you need this, Ms. Fernald?
No, thank you.
Yes or no?
No, thank you.
All righty.
I'm sure it's big. Good afternoon. Obstruction of justice. I'm really glad that that subject is on the lips of the news repeaters, formerly known as journalists, news reporters. SRPD, specifically Santa Rosa Police Department. Just how much house cleaning needs to be done? Well, what I know is you can't fix what you don't understand. And you will never understand the problems that you have if you've been fed lies. So I'm very interested in making sure that we address truth decay at all levels. In the immortal words of John Lennon, imagine. Imagine a U.S. Attorney General and FBI Director who did not let obstruction of justice or politics or any level of organized crime interfere with their job at any level. Imagine this police department had that kind of scrutiny, and you all were responsible because you, after all, this is part of your job. So I've made a number of requests to mitigate the problems I have had and the obstruction of justice that led to the first or second degree murder of Charlotte Anna Molinari. I didn't want to make lawyers fat and happy with this problem. I asked for a meeting. I didn't subpoena you or anyone else. I asked for a meeting. I didn't ask for a deposition. I said, let's open up the files and investigate what should have been a closed case, family law, that involved rape and other serious crimes where justice was obstructed. So are you going to address this problem to clean house thoroughly and now take my pain as public as it had to be in my pursuit of justice to make it public, to find that justice one way or another? And I need to talk about our experience with Bob Anderson, your law enforcement oversight, what's happening, not happening, and specifically why I've asked for a meeting with your attorney and risk assessment to change the dynamics of how you solve problems so that we don't make lawyers fat and happy or have to deal with ugly press covering the truth or fake news. I'm asking you to uphold your oath of office in this crime, and we can work together on the crimes of the federal government, because every city is hampered from basic services to all these great ideas of clean energy production and lower costs for everyone to have clean, green, renewable energy. You can't get there with $20 a trillion debt that affects every city and county. So we know through cooperation, the U.S. Council of Mayors and every other way to use your leverage, we can get somewhere. And I know you're hampered and not wanting to work with me because why haven't you met with me? Sounds like guilt.
Thomas
Let's do
Ells.
something about it.
I'll watch. Yes, please.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak on items not on the agenda. This is Sandy. Everybody knew her as Sandy 3 weeks ago, approximately today. She passed away here in Santa Rosa over by La Rose Hotel. So she was found there. And probably everybody saw Sandy, and, you know, Sandy was difficult. Sandy was in your face. Sometimes I wish she had come to the city council and spoken to you about homelessness. When Sandy had something to say, she let you know. So in that way, we're definitely going to miss Sandy. I mean, she was an advocate around town for various homeless events, city events, things like that. She let you know. But maybe if we all pray for Sandy, she can be a better advocate for homelessness here at the city council, where she was seldom, if ever, in her life after death, in a life eternal, that maybe she will be our advocate for the homeless. And forgive me for mentioning, but she'll have a memorial tomorrow at the living room at 2:30. And you're all invited. Everyone is invited. Men and women can go tomorrow. But I just wanted to mention that and hope that she can be as great an advocate at the city council as she was within the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ells. That's all the cards I have. We'll go back to the agenda, 14.2.
Item 14.2, report Property Assessed Clean Energy PACE program. Consideration of additional programs in Santa Rosa. Gloria Hurtado, Deputy City Manager, Tasha Wright, and Molly Dillon presenting.
Thank you. So we will We're going to start with a quick refresher on what is PACE, talk a little bit about the challenges and considerations both for consumers and the city, talk about the benefits of PACE, what the marketplace activity has been, what some of the city, what some of the requirements are for city participation, options for the council to consider, and then we'll get to questions. So first, what is PACE? So PACE is the Property Assessed Clean Energy program. It's a financing option that allows property owners to install energy efficiencies, energy improvements, water conservation measures, as well as solar improvements. It's made possible through state law AB 811, and the repayment for PACE using this financing mechanism is through your property tax bill, so it is not a mortgage loan or a consumer loan. One of the benefits of the PACE program is that it does assist communities in reaching their greenhouse gas reduction targets. Some of the considerations for consumers, if council joins the marketplace, there are various program administrators or programs that would be available to consumers, but the participation is not sponsored by the city, nor would it be endorsed by the city. Consumers would also, I would say consumers who participate in the PACE program need to be informed consumers. The rates and fees of the products vary greatly, and there could be other options, financing options, other than the PACE program available. The very important piece of this for consumers is that it could impact their mortgages. So because it is a tax bill, it is not necessarily supported by mortgage companies because it takes a position ahead of mortgages. So before a consumer gets into a PACE product, they really need to do that research. For the city, the carbon credits, which are important to the community as a whole, will be held by the program administrator, and in this case, the marketplace, that means Sonoma County. The marketplace run by Sonoma County does continue to vet additional providers and may continue to add program options that may still not be available within the city. And the other consideration for us, this is a program that is not administered by the city, not managed, and does not have designated staff support or resources to administer this program. Some of the benefits of participating in the marketplace, of course, is the accelerating towards our goals of greenhouse gas reductions. The data that is collected is valuable in helping the community as a whole reaching those goals. It does expand some of the financing products that are available in the community. So right now, today, the only PACE product available to Santa Rosa residents is the county program, the SCIPE, Sonoma County Energy Independence Program. So that is the only product that residents of Santa Rosa can use right now. So this would increase the options that are available, greater consumer choice. And the county's marketplace also provides all the information on the members of the marketplace in one place. Consumers can compare the products and the prices, so there are some consumer choice advantages there. The current PACE program, as I said, the only one we participate in today is the SCIPE program. We have been a member of the SCIPE program since 2009. This chart gives you some historical perspective in terms of the participation versus the countywide participation. The second tier is Santa Rosa residents. So since 2009, 714 residential households have utilized the PACE financing mechanism for energy improvements in their home, and 23 businesses, so over $20 million of financing has been used in Santa Rosa. Today, the county's marketplace program has 4 program participants. One is California First. California Hero, Fig Tree, and Y Green. Today, we are only talking about the potential of adding 3 of the programs. Since the marketplace was formed, these are just some numbers of participation. So those who participated in the Skype program, which is countywide participation, 224, California First, 155, and California Hero, 110 residents have participated in the program. What is required for Santa Rosa to be a participant in the marketplace is joining a JPA associated with each program. So there would be 2 JPAs that Santa Rosa would be required to join. The first is Western Riverside Council of Governments, or WRCOG, which is the umbrella for the HERO program. The second is the CETA, California Enterprise Development Authority, which is the umbrella for the Fig Tree program. Santa Rosa, we already belong to one of the JPAs, CSCDA, California Statewide Communities Development, which is the umbrella for California First. We have been a member of that JPA since 1995 and have been able to utilize some of the, or I guess I should say nonprofits in our community have been able to use some of the affordable housing funding mechanisms that are available under that JPA. So step 1 would be we would need to join the JPAs. Concerns with joining the JPAs is there could be a future financial liability associated with the JPAs. There is not one today. One of the things the city has asked for is an indemnification against, I guess, to protect us against any future financial obligations. The only JPA that is willing to sign an indemnification with the city is WRCOG, which supports the HERO program. One thing of note is that the city can withdraw from a JPA at any time. Some options for the council to
Excuse
consider.
me, Ms. Hurtado, question from Ms. Combs.
Thank you. Before we turn the page, I wonder if on page 10, you mentioned that the Western Riverside Council of Governments HERO program has the indemnification part. We're already a member of the California Statewide Communities Development Association, I'm guessing. Does that have an indemnification in it?
Not with respect to the program, no.
So we're already a member of a program that doesn't have the indemnification.
We are already a member of the JPA. We've done other projects with them. We did ask for an indemnification specific to the PACE program, were we to authorize it in Santa Rosa, and that was declined.
Thank you.
So options for council to consider. So if we join the marketplace, these are the options. We can make available all 3 programs, so California First, HERO, and Fig Tree, which requires joining 2 additional JPAs. Or we can choose to go just with the HERO program, which means we would join the Western Riverside COG because they do have the indemnification. Or council can opt not to join the marketplace or expand any additional programs in Santa Rosa. And what that would mean is residents could still access the Skype program, but that would be the only PACE financing mechanism available to Santa Rosa residents. If council opted to participate in the HERO program, again, you would join the WRCOG and enter into an program agreement with Renovate America, which then would provide the option for HERO to operate in Santa Rosa. If council would also like to extend to the California First, then council would need to join the JPA. I'm sorry. Oh, this is when we're already, okay. So we would enter into a program agreement with Renew Financial, who's the financing arm for California First. This is where we already belong to the JPA, and then that would make California First available to Santa Rosa residents. For Fig Tree, you would join CETA and approve the program agreement with Fig Tree Company, which is their financing arm, and then Fig Tree, which provides commercial financing available, would be available within Santa Rosa. For future considerations, at this time, we're only bringing those 3 members of the marketplace, although Y-Green is a current member of the marketplace. We are not bringing that forward for consideration. We've asked the FPPC for a review due to a possible 1090 issue. There's an additional company, CFMA, who is also interested but is not yet a member of the marketplace. What we would, if council chooses to go forward, what we would recommend is that on an annual basis, since these program participants can continue to grow under the marketplace umbrella, that annually we would bring back for consideration additional expansions that council might choose to participate in. And with that, very clear, I'm sure, I wish I had a diagram with arrows, but we're happy to answer questions. Molly has worked on all of the agreements, the JPA, the program agreements, and then the individual agreements. And Tasha has spent an awful lot of time over the last year and a half doing a lot of research on this. Lots of changes in the marketplace, which has really delayed us bringing it forward. Not a lot of regulation, but a lot of effort now to put a little more regulation on the program. I also want to say that Jane Elias is here, the program manager with the county Skype program. And they are revising, and I guess it's under review right now, have been working to revise the collaborative agreement that each member of the marketplace signs on, and they are working to have a little more oversight in the program if that is approved. Questions?
Thank you. Ms. Hurtado, just to start, would you explain for public's benefit and for our benefit what a 1090 issue is?
I'll let Molly do it.
That's a government code section that addresses conflicts of interest, types of conflicts of interest, where here in this case we have a council member who's an employee with the company, and we had made a request to the Fair Political Practices Commission as to whether that would preclude the council as a whole from even considering entering into an agreement with that company.
And that's why Y-Green is not on this list.
That's correct.
Thank you. Council, questions? Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is required of a JPA? Because I heard, and I know, Molly, we've been working with the GSA, GPA. If it's similar to that, that's a tremendous amount of work. But I'm getting the sense it's not exactly the same. Could you clarify the staff commitment if we do select some of these options?
Yeah, I'll do my best. I mean, we have been a member of CSCDA for a long time, and these, and that's a financing, a JPA that was formed for purposes of public financing and facilitating public financing projects. That's the sponsor of one of the PACE programs. The other two we would be associate members of. It's not the same level of participation or involvement that we have in, for example, the Groundwater Sustainability Agency JPA, or even Sonoma Clean Power or the Waste Management JPA. So there's different varieties, and I would say that these are sort of statewide joint power authorities that are sponsors to these PACE programs. They may do other things, but this is one of the areas that they've become involved in. So I don't think there would be a lot of activity for us.
Ms. Combs.
Looking at slide 11, it says we can withdraw at any time from JPAs and the programs. Is there a fee or a cost for withdrawal?
No, there are various notice requirements, and if we were to do that and we wanted to withdraw from the, terminate our allowance of the PACE program participating in Santa Rosa, we could do that separately. We may not want to withdraw from CSCDA, for example, because they do offer other services that we avail ourselves of currently. But we could, I think there's a 6-month notice in one of the JPA amendment documents that we would be joining, and some other termination. There was no termination fee.
Do you have any concerns about the non-indemnification for the CDA or for CSCDA?
Well, we are asking for and receiving indemnification agreements to indemnify from each of the program administrators. The program administrators, however, are essentially single-purpose businesses that are administering PACE programs, doing PACE financing. So the reason why this city staff and the county as well, I believe, asked for an indemnification from the JPA, or yes, the JPA, is because this was, the PACE programs were somewhat unregulated, untested. There are some class action lawsuits pending, at least 2 that I am aware of, for various allegations of misrepresentation and the like. So the city had concerns about whether or not allowing the programs to operate in Santa Rosa could result in some claims against the city, and wanted to make sure that we had not just a single-purpose entity that might go bankrupt, for example, if there was significant allegations or litigation against it, but also the umbrella organization that's sponsoring the program. So it's always nicer, I guess, to have that extra assurance. I would say since our original request a year and a half ago, there have been efforts, as are identified in the staff report and somewhat by the deputy city manager, of additional state-level regulation, additional oversight within the industry, that I think is providing some greater level of comfort, but it still isn't fully accepted by Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae because of the concern that lenders have about the fact that it's a tax collection, a tax assessment, not a mortgage loan, and so therefore any collection of those financing, that the financing takes priority over any mortgage loan necessarily, because it's a special mechanism by which property taxes are collected. So.
If we withdrew from CSCDA, does that protect us from any past actions of that JPA? You mentioned that there are 2 lawsuits. I don't know if CSCDA is involved in any of them.
I'd have to refer again to the staff report to see. I think one of the lawsuits that I'm aware of is against one of the program administrators. It's not on this list. And then I think it's Renovate America and Los Angeles County. But I think Los Angeles County did take a higher level of participation in financing in conjunction with Renovate America, and so there was more exposure for liability. I don't think that at this point, if we don't authorize the PACE programs in Santa Rosa, there would be any liability for the city. If we were to authorize the programs and then there were lawsuits, we'd have to evaluate those as they arose.
Hard to predict the future. Thank you.
Mr. Tibbetts.
So on that note, Ms. Dillon, if you're working through a JPA with these program administrators, doesn't the JPA offer firewall protection against liability to the city?
Not with respect to the operation of the PACE program. The WRCOG amendment just has a mutual indemnification agreement for anything related specifically to this program, any negligence or omissions. So I consider that to be something of standing by their position. But the other 2 JPAs don't specifically with respect to this. So remember, it's a little bit different than when we enter into a joint powers authority with our, sort of co-local agencies, for example, with respect to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, where we have kind of an indemnification of the members. This is, a slightly different scenario, and I don't know that the JPA would step in to defend and take on that liability for the city in this case.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I have a few cards on this. We'll start with Aubrey McMillan. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Aubrey McMillan, and I represent Y Green Energy Fund as one of your local account managers. I work closely with property owners and our certified contractors to ensure the highest quality of customer service and contractor engagement. Our name, Y Green, is the word energy spelled backwards. Y Green Energy Fund is a leading commercial and residential PACE finance provider. We applaud the City Council for considering the adoption of leading PACE providers at tonight's meeting. Similar to the providers on agenda, Y Green is an improved member of Sonoma County's existing PACE program via Skype. We hope to be included in the menu of PACE providers in the near future should Council choose to move forward with staff's recommendation tonight. Homeowners and commercial property owners who choose Y Green can make important summertime weatherization upgrades to properties in the most efficient and thorough approach possible. Unique to our program is the ability to be operative within a week of being approved by City Council and the ability to finance small and mid-sized commercial properties, including multi-family units. Energy-efficient roofing, windows, HVAC systems, solar systems, and gray water recycling systems are simply a few of the thousands of potential projects funded by Y Green Energy Fund. Y Green recruits and trains local contractors throughout the North Bay region that utilize our financing to help customers implement these important projects. These projects help jurisdictions meet their climate action plan goals in addition to stimulating economic development by helping local contractors grow their business. There is no demographic that is unsuitable for Y Green's PACE financing. Customers who would normally pay cash use Y Green's 100% financing and reduce their overall net project cost. Commercial property owners place tremendous value in the Y Green financing model for the essentially off-ledger nature, no liens recorded against business or personal credit reports, and no bulk assessment lien recorded against the property. Y Green's financing model provides significant benefits to all property owners, and we want to serve the city of Santa Rosa in order to offer more choice and competition to your constituents. Like the other PACE providers your council is considering tonight, Y Green has no cost, no liability, and there is no ongoing staff time required to approve our program. Allowing Y Green to assist your property owners is in alignment with your city's climate action plan and job creation goals. As a proud partner of the Sonoma County Skype program and the League of California Cities, we ask for your consideration in improving Y Green Energy Fund for the benefit of your property owners. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Robert Bendorf.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Robert Bendorf, Market Development Manager for the HERO program. Didn't really have much to say, but just really on behalf of Renovate America and the HERO program, wanted to show much appreciation to your staff for the time that's been put into this and presented to you tonight. Having worked with I work with over 100 communities in Northern California and the Central Valley, as well as being born and raised in local government, show much appreciation for the staff time, and just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Kearns? Okay. Not even close, huh?
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Kevlis. I'm a government affairs staffer at Renew Financial. We are the program administrator for the California First program. I really want to applaud Tasha Wright and the rest of staff here who have been working for a long time on this and really appreciate their attention and diligence. I also want to thank the leadership of Sonoma County, represented by Jane Elias here and her colleague Liz Yeager, for I think the longest running PACE program in the country, which has delivered incredible benefits to people in the county here. So thank you for your leadership. I want to speak specifically to your concerns about our program sponsor, CSCDA, not signing the indemnification agreement. You are now receiving a letter I wrote today. I provided some of this information to staff over the past months. What I want to call out to you are two key paragraphs. One is on the near the end, the indented paragraph at the end of the letter, so on the back page of that, which says, regarding CSCDA, its debts, liabilities, and obligations do not constitute debts, liabilities, or obligations of any party to this agreement, meaning as a program participant in CSCDA, which City of Santa Rosa already is, you are a part of this agreement, yet you have none of the obligations, debts, et cetera, that accrue to CSCDA. And in fact, looking at an email that I attached here as well at the end here, on the very last page in the red box, I posed a question to the managing director of CSCDA where I asked, so CSCDA has financed over 37 different types of projects, from Prop 1A securitizations for the city to affordable housing, just very recently actually at Vista Sonoma. Is there any difference in this mechanism of financing compared to PACE? And the answer was no different at all. And ultimately, all obligations issued by CSCDA are limited obligations of each borrower, meaning the homeowner in the case of PACE. The main reason cities use CSCDA is to not put them in a direct line if something goes wrong. CSCDA has issued over $52 billion in bonds, over 1,400 transactions since it came into being back in 1988 in California, and a city or county has never been sued or never been pulled into any litigation for any kind of transaction. So I'm hoping that this information will put to rest, at least significantly to rest, some of your concerns about the lack of our program sponsor signing the the indemnification agreement that was requested. There's some other information here I invite you to look at, but one thing I want to mention about PACE, and I come from local government as well as a staffer, that I'm actually very proud of in working in a PACE program, is that if we don't do well, not only can you opt into us now to allow us to operate, you can, at the drop of a hat, opt out. You don't need any reason, you don't lose any money, you have no liability, you control what's going on here. With the mortgage crisis, who did you turn to when your constituents are getting foreclosed upon? Someone in Washington, D.C. or a bank in New York? But with PACE, you can say, we're out of here now. You call us up, and the next week there's a resolution, you're opted out, and we're done. That dynamic compels us to behave well and compels us to ensure our contractors are behaving well. Hope that gives you some assurances about our good behavior.
Thank you, Mr. Kevlis. Thomas Ells.
Well, maybe I don't need to do that so much. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I met somebody who was representing PACE from one of the companies, and I'm not really sure what the difference is, and I didn't get a chance to, I didn't hear what the difference is between one of the ones that you're going to have through one of the JPA agreements and those that you're not. In other words, what's the difference for the people of Santa Rosa if they go to one or the other of the companies? Can they go to one or the other? One outside of this agreement or not? I'm not sure. I didn't understand, so thank you.
At this point, let's get a motion on the table and then we can start our discussion. Mr. Tibbetts, you have this one.
So I move item 14.2.1, resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa. 1, approving an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement, adding City of Santa Rosa as an associate member of the Western Riverside Council of Governments and authorizing the mayor to sign. 2, consenting to the inclusion of properties within the city's jurisdiction in the California HERO program to finance distributed generation renewable energy sources, energy and water efficiency improvements, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And 3, approving the PACE program agreement by and between City of Santa Rosa and Renovate America Incorporated and authorizing the mayor to sign.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Just for clarification, we have a few options in front of us. Let's explain exactly what this option would do, and then we can discuss it.
Can we also ask that staff address some of the comments that were made by the commenters?
Which ones in particular are you looking for, Ms. Combs?
I'm particularly interested in the comments made by the gentleman from Jonathan, I think the last name was
Mr. Kevlis? Yes. And
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that there is a difference, in my opinion, between the other financing mechanisms that have been utilized on behalf of the city and the PACE program. It's just a different financing mechanism. I don't think that we're concerned specifically about the obligations and liabilities, but rather the potential claims that could be filed by consumers for misrepresentations, mismarketing, fraud, similar to those that have been filed, and that potentially the city could be named in that kind of an action. I said I'm aware of a couple of pieces of litigation. I don't know the level of risk necessarily, but I think there is some distinction between the bond financing measures and the other kinds of measures that are sort of tried and tested and highly regulated as compared to the PACE program, which is a little newer, a lot newer in some cases, and less regulated thus far. We tried to point out that it's an evolving process, actually, of regulation that the state's looking at, because frankly, there have been some concerns and some complaints from consumers about the way that the different PACE programs have operated. I'm not casting any aspersions on any particular program, just trying to give the council full information.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Yes, Ms. Combs.
Is there anything that would prevent us, is this a time-sensitive issue, if we move forward with a company that offers indemnification and another company provides indemnification later, is there anything that prevents us from adding that company in the future?
No.
Thank you.
And as far as the last question from Mr. Ells about the number of different providers, this just provides more options for consumers.
That's right. This would provide from anywhere from 1 to 3 additional programs that would be able, be authorized to operate within the city, and it's up to any particular resident to choose Skype or any of the other options that might be available, and to do that evaluation.
And as I understand the motion, this would add one more option.
This motion on the table is specific to 14.2.1, which is the WRCOG JPA amendment and
the HERO program?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Further questions, council? Comments?
Can I respond, sir?
No, you may not. Sorry.
So it concerns me to move forward without the indemnification. Would you be amenable to modifying your motion so that we go forward with any agency that has provided the sufficient indemnification and approve that staff is allowed to add on programs as the indemnification comes through? Is that something that we could do, and would you consider it?
So I'm happy to amend my motion if it's the will of the council. But I will add that I used to work in the community aggregation space, and I was on your side of the chamber many times, and we still indemnified a lot of the municipalities we worked with, even though the JPA provided a firewall coverage to the jurisdictions. So I guess my question, Ms. Dillon, would be is if this is the case, if this clause is here, what would be the downside for them indemnifying? Because it sounds like if this clause exists, the risk is neither on the company nor is it on the city.
Well, I want to make sure I'm understanding the question. Just to clarify as well, the motion on the table is the first resolution, 14.2.1, which is WRCOG, the amendment that adds the City of Santa Rosa to that JPA, has, as I pointed out, a mutual indemnification provision that would cover this program with respect to negligence or omissions. as I said before, we are getting an indemnification from each of the program administrators themselves. I'm not sure what the thinking is specifically with respect to the other JPAs. I know that the county, I believe, was able to get an indemnification from CETA, but then CETA decided they weren't interested in providing the same to the city of Santa Rosa upon request. I don't know what the discussion was ultimately with CSCDA and the county.
Well, going forward, so we could keep that on the table if they wanted to change the position with whatever the council decided to move forward. So we'll put the ball in their court.
If, yes, it would require a resolution of the council, so it's not something that can be delegated to staff. The program is, any authorization of the program would require, as well as a JPA amendment or a joining of JPA would require the resolution of council.
But if I understand correctly, at any time when we receive the letter of indemnification, we could have it could come before the council in our normal processes, even possibly as a consent type item, since we're having the full discussion here. So as the motion was made, is CSCDA included in that motion even though they don't?
No.
There are 3 different JPAs. Each sponsors a different program, which is run by a different company name, so there's a lot of names, but the CSCDA is Renew, which is Renovate America. But the current proposal, or the current resolution is for HERO, that's Western Riverside Council of Governments.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand, it seems to me that the resolution, as I thought I heard it, was for the HERO program, but that it didn't withdraw us from the other program.
The resolution that is in front of you now is to join the Western Riverside Council of Governments, JPA, and to authorize the California HERO program to operate in Santa Rosa, and also to approve the agreement with HERO, yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I was getting ahead of myself, maybe. Thank you.
Okay, so there are no modifications to the motion. Are there any further questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. Can I have your votes, please? And we have 5 ayes on that. Please just hold on 1 minute. We have 5 ayes, and that's with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Sawyer absent. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, Ann, but we're done with this item, and I just don't want to start opening things up for this. So we're not done with this item.
So I move item 14.2.2, resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa. 1, consenting to the inclusion of properties within the city's jurisdiction in the California First program to finance distributed generation renewable energy sources, energy and water efficiency improvements, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And 2, approving the PACE program agreement by and between the City of Santa Rosa and Renew Financial LLC, and authorizing the mayor to sign.
So is this one indemnified?
This is CSCDA's.
Thank you.
I do not hear a second. Is there no second? Then that motion will fail for lack of a second.
Could I propose an alternate motion? Yeah. So work with me here, Ms. Dillon, if you will. I do want to offer this company and this CSCDA the opportunity to come back and meet our criteria if they choose to. So can I create a motion to that effect?
I'd like to hear the proposed motion if it's just to a direction to staff. It doesn't have to be a motion.
Okay. Well, then I would like, with the council willing, that we direct staff to communicate with Renew Financial that if they would like to make the necessary changes to meet staff's expectations consistent with the other firms before us, then we'd be happy to welcome their business to the city.
Thank you, and I would suggest that you extend that direction, or will interpret that it's extended to CETA as well.
And I would like to extend that to CETA as well. Thank you.
If that's a motion, I'll second it, and if it's not needed to be, fine.
I think that's just direction to staff, and I don't hear any objections to that.
Okay, I move item 14.2.3, resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa. 1, approving the associate membership agreement by and between the California Enterprise Development Authority and the City of Santa Rosa, California, and authorizing the mayor to sign. 2, consenting to the inclusion of properties within the city's jurisdiction in the Fig Tree Program to finance distributed generation renewable energy sources, energy and water efficiency improvements, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And 3, approving the PACE program agreement by and between the City of Santa Rosa and Fig Tree Company Incorporated and authorizing the mayor to sign.
Do we have a second on this? And that also will fail for lack of a second. And the same direction to staff. And now we are done with this item. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlenn, before we start 14.3, I want to remind folks in the audience that the council is going to take a break before our public hearings this evening. Mr. McGlenn.
Item 14.3, resolution amendment to Council Policy 000-09, procedures for permitting special events and obtaining city sponsorship, and repealing Council Policy 000-18, guidelines for filming within the city of Santa Rosa. Ms. Thompson and Ms. Mertens presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As the City Manager introduced, I am Adrienne Mertens, Marketing and Outreach Coordinator. Next to me is Tara Thompson, Public Arts Coordinator, and we are both from the Recreation and Parks Department. Together, we make up the team that currently administers permits for film production and special events on city-managed property. We are here to introduce amendments to Council Policy 9, procedures for permitting special events and obtaining city sponsorship, and to rescind Policy 18, guidelines for filming within the city. A few months ago, council members, you'll recall that you approved amendments to Chapter 11-40 of the City Code regarding special events and film production. At that time, I promised that I would come back to you with a proposed amended policy that would expand off of that ordinance, and this proposed policy is consistent with that approved ordinance. This is basically a complete rewrite of the policy. The rewrite was necessary as current event permitting practices don't align with the existing policy. The policy was last amended in 1992. A lot has changed in 25 years. The nature and scale of events in Santa Rosa has evolved, and the current policy needs to be updated to reflect how we are currently administering permits. Additionally, a great deal of input from other city departments went into development of this policy, including input from Transportation and Public Works, Finance, Fire, and Police departments. These departments provided specific language for sections of the event permit policy where there is overlap with existing regulations, codes, or other policies that relate to each of those department service areas. The proposed amendments also consolidate all types of event permits within one policy. Oftentimes, staff work with event organizers that are requesting use of both the street and a park for the same event. For cases like that, having one policy will better streamline the permit process, provide greater consistency in the city's policies from one site to another, and to make it easier for event organizers to understand and follow our policies. The proposed amendments included a name change to the policy. A separate council policy, 47, already addresses community promotions funding. Therefore, staff have proposed to drop the current section of the policy that addresses obtaining city sponsorships, and you'll see that this is reflected in the title where it has been renamed event permits.
So this rewrite of the policy incorporates research of comparable cities and best practices, and also an evaluation of our own process. While it captures current practice, here is an overview up on your screen of the changes proposed. Renamed event permits, definitions get an update, outlining general policies and procedures, establishing the application review team, and providing a process for permitting a variety of events on various city-managed properties. Now we'll go through in more detail, highlighting the proposed additions to our current practices. Starting off with when a permit is required. A permit is required for all events. The policy defines events as one-time, annual, or recurring events, including film production, block parties, festivals, outdoor markets, concerts, parades, walks, runs, cycling events, athletic tournaments, day camps, weddings, social gatherings, and fundraisers that take place on public streets, sidewalks, alleys, parking areas, civic sites, or parks that are above and beyond the normal pattern of use. This definition is consistent with the definition in City Code Chapter 11-40. Guidelines are included that a permit application should be submitted at least 30 days, but not more than 1 year in advance of the event, that a non-refundable application fee is due at that time, and that complete applications will be acted upon within 15 days. It is current practice for an applicant to be responsible for paying all fees, deposits, and the cost of city services related to an event, such as permit fees, parking meter costs, police and fire inspections, obtaining all other permits and licensing as needed, notifying impacted residents and businesses, securing general liability insurance, and restoring the property to its original condition and paying for additional cleanup and damages as needed. Additional applicant responsibilities proposed are paying a refundable deposit and arranging and paying for night security for multi-day events. It is proposed that any event providing services to those experiencing homelessness in our community must do so in coordination with an authorized Housing First provider. This is to align with the city's current initiatives to address homelessness, and our Housing and Community Services staff provided input on this component of the policy. It is also proposed that an appeals process for denied permits is available for each permit type in the policy. In alignment with our current practice, the proposed policy defines an application review team for event permits to include representatives from the following city departments: police, fire, transportation and public works, recreation and parks, planning and economic development, and finance. This team is responsible for reviewing permit applications and establishing conditions of use for each permit. It is proposed that the city manager designates a chairperson to coordinate this team. This is currently being done by Recreation and Park staff, and that each department director assigns appropriate staff to the team. The team meets with permit applicants at one or more pre- and post-event meetings as needed. The remaining sections of the policy propose specific event policies depending on the event type and location. For events on streets, sidewalks, alleys, and parking areas, It is current practice to evaluate requirements for traffic control and implementation and parking restrictions, and to follow procedures for the use of city-owned traffic control devices such as signs, barricades, and cones. In addition to our current practice for streets, a streamlined permit for block parties is also proposed. For commercial film production on city property, it is current practice to maintain consistency with regulations established in city code and in the California Fire Code, and to restrict filming in residential neighborhoods to the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and require notification 72 hours in advance, as well as prohibit interference with normal neighborhood activities. For events using civic sites, such as Courthouse Square and the grounds of City Hall, it is current practice to require a permit if the event impacts other users of the site, if alcohol is present, if business is going to be conducted, if equipment is going to be brought on site, such as tents, booths, or stages, or if portable toilets are required. Vehicle access may be allowed with conditions on location, duration, weight, and size. Events with the sole purpose of advertising any product or event or which are held purely for private profit are prohibited. This is consistent with City Code Chapter 11-40. The following are proposed additions to our current practices for civic sites. Establish city manager authority to change event to another location or to deny the event permit if the location is deemed infeasible or inappropriate. Require additional staff oversight for certain events. Based on research and best practices, we found that other cities address this by requiring staff on site for some events based on a certain threshold. The threshold that the policy is proposing is attendance of 1,000 or more, vehicles, or atypical event components that are determined through the application review process. A final proposed addition is to prohibit fencing the entire perimeter of Courthouse Square. This section of the policy was vetted through the downtown subcommittee, and the feedback was that the square should not be completely fenced off.
For events using parks, the current practice for the application and review process is the same as the process used for events on other city-managed properties, except that in this case, the Recreation and Parks Director has authority to issue park permits per Chapter 13-24 of the City Code. It is current practice to require a park permit for any of the following: any event held in a neighborhood park, any event with attendance of 100 or greater, events promoted as open to the public, events with alcohol sales or consumption, conducting business or the transaction of money in a park, impact to other patrons outside of the reservable park picnic areas, and the installation of equipment, portable toilets, or dumpsters. The proposed policy outlines these practices and the expectations of the application process, which Tara has already covered. Additions to the current practices which staff are proposing for this section include requiring that inflatable equipment such as jump houses need a park permit. This section of the proposed policy was vetted through the Board of Community Services, and board members felt strongly that jump houses should be regulated. Over the years, staff have also received a lot of feedback from residents who live adjacent to parks who have requested better regulation of the use of jump houses in parks as well. Another proposed addition to the policy is to allow vehicle access with conditions on locations, duration, weight, and size, to restrict events on sports and athletic fields unless the event is an athletic tournament, a competition, or a promotional event aligned with the primary intended purpose of the sports site. Another addition is that an event would require staff oversight, and the trigger for this requirement would include events where attendance is 1,000 or more, events with vendors, events where vehicle access has been approved, or events with atypical components that would be determined through the review process. And it is recommended by the Recreation and Parks Department that the council by resolution amend Council Policy 9, Procedures for Permitting Special Events and Obtaining City Sponsorship, and rescind Council Policy 18, Guidelines for Filming within the City of Santa Rosa. We can take questions.
Thank you. I didn't realize jump houses were so controversial. Before we go to questions, You didn't mention free speech events, and would you just talk about that a little bit? How do these new rules affect free speech events?
So free speech events are dealt with in a couple ways. One is they're described in our code section if it's a free speech parade. And there are exceptions and regulations for free speech parades as stated in that section of code that exempt them from needing to pay for police services or city services to hold their parade, their march. And also they're exempt from insurance requirements. Any other free speech activity, if it meets the definition of an event, would fall under this policy. So if it is a gathering that meets the criteria for needing a permit, they would go through this process, this permit process.
So a march, for example, would not be affected by these changes?
Correct. They would not. It would not.
Councilor, are there questions for staff? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two quick questions and then kind of a comment as well. I'm looking at the staff report, Exhibit A, Section 1, subsection Q. You touched on this briefly. It says, consistent with the council adopted Housing First strategy, any service intended for those in our community experiencing homelessness must be coordinated with an authorized Housing First provider. A list of authorized Housing First providers is available through the Housing and Community Service Director or designee. Applicant shall be responsible for furnishing written proof of coordination with an authorized Housing First provider. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because this being in the policy seems like we're giving an acknowledgement to the Housing First, but doesn't seem to have much process or procedure around it. Can you talk a little bit about what that would look like?
Sure. So an example of that would be for homeless outreach events that have come to us to obtain a permit. We are recommending them to the host program where appropriate. It is at City Hall on Saturdays and have them recommend they align their event with the event happening there. They still go through the permit process, but they're doing so in coordination with one of our Housing First providers. Does that help?
Sort of. So if somebody who is not on the, how many people do we have, first of all, on the authorized Housing First provider list? Do you know?
I don't know that question, the answer to that offhand.
Okay. But if an individual wanted to do something, I don't know, whether it's
distribute food.
Right, distribute food, socks, whatever have you. And they needed a permit for that, but they were not on this list, they'd have to coordinate with, I know Catholic Charities is one, a Catholic Charities or another organization. And what would that look like? Would it just be that they'd have to loop them in, or are there certain requirements that they would have to make sure Catholic Charities was fulfilling as well?
I'm going to try to help answer this question, and it's Michael, Recreation and Parks Director. We want to ensure that an event related to those types of services includes the opportunity for the Housing First providing team, such as host, to bring people into service. Because that is what we understand is the council directive, that merely doing events that don't also include that element is not really providing the service and the direction that we want to go in. So it's really quite easy to align with host, and it essentially would include, in our view, having other people on site who can bring people into service while that event is taking place. Does that help answer that question?
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a really good idea. I don't need it in the resolution, but I think it would be helpful to have on file maybe a one-pager for those who apply for these permits on what exactly would that look like and how could that be done effectively and benefit the community.
Right. And I think we're very easily and able to do that. For all of these permit types, We already have such things as guidelines on the website, frequently asked question types of guides, so it would be very easy to include that component.
Great, thank you. My second question is about Section 2A. It says the city manager shall establish an application review team of department staff representatives including but not limited to police, fire, transportation, public works, recreation and parks, planning and economic development, and finance. First, I think it gets the point across about how well we as a city are working to collaborate across departments. But I could see instances where this might not be necessary to have that level of intrigue. So my question is really for the city manager. Sean. Sorry, didn't mean to. In this particular section, would you prefer that it say the city manager may establish as opposed to shall establish? Because I can see an instance where this might not be necessary.
Yeah, can you answer that for me?
Yeah. So
I was getting someone talking in my ear.
the establishment of the team means that there's a standing group of city staff that work together to review permits as needed. It doesn't mean that for every single permit received, they get together and we spend time talking about it. It's a varying level of involvement for each event.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And then the last one is more of a comment on subsection 3E. Number 1, it says a block party on a closed residential street is intended for residents only and is not open to the general public. I would like to strike that from it. To me, I don't really care where a resident comes from for a block party, and then this necessarily invites silos of neighborhoods, and I'd like more cross-pollination across the city.
Mr. Swedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had some questions regarding that section Q on the homelessness. I looked at how this policy was created and saw city departments. Were any service providers of homeless services contacted or talked with before this? There's a fear of mine that if we haven't talked to the service providers, but now all of a sudden they're going to be getting called, oh, we're supposed to coordinate with you, and if they don't, I don't know if there's capacity issues. So can you tell me, have any of the service providers been contacted and their feedback received?
I believe that our Housing and Community Services Department Director and his staff did work on that. It's been a while. We've been in process with this rewrite for 2 years, perhaps. So I believe that outreach has happened, but we can follow up and make sure that they're aware.
So my question and concern would be, now we've said authorized housing first providers. I didn't know that's a service the city provides. I went to the website to try to find some information, and there's nothing there. So what is the criteria to become an authorized housing first provider?
I'm not aware of that criteria. I think it's developed within the Housing and Community Services Department.
And that's where I went to try to find what the definition is. So I guess the challenge for me is approving this policy when there's some other steps, especially on a topic that is not without controversy within the service providers providing homeless services. So that's where I'm kind of struggling with. We say we have this, and I'd like to know what that criteria is.
So Council, if you want to eliminate that part of the conversation, we can bring that back at a future amendment date.
My interest, I get the intent, but when we get into the definitions here of any service intended for those in our community experiencing homelessness, as Councilmember Rogers said, whether it be food giveaway, clothing giveaway, my understanding from many of the groups that do this is any member of our community who needs the clothing or food, not just those that are homeless. And so in language like this, to me it kind of sends, I get the intent, but I think it could be better worded there so the clarity and the intent is a little bit clearer.
Again, we're more than comfortable bringing that back for future consideration. I did want to just point out, staff has whispered in my ear about the block party. I think the reason that language is in there, Councilmember Rogers, is that there becomes what's a block party concerns about the magnitude of those block parties, and then all of a sudden there's a band and a festival, and again, I think the language is there for a specific reason. We can go back and redo it, but there's been a lot of work on that particular language to make sure that we're not making a block party become a festival, and a festival has a different requirement for community input. It's not that you can't do it, but the block party is specifically about the block. There's a way to get to a larger event that would be a more complicated process that would require additional notification. I think that's the reason that language is there, to make a streamlined process. It's really about the block getting together than creating a mini festival in the middle of a neighborhood. So I think you can still get to where you're saying, but I think the language is there and we're open to get more detail in that, but the language is there to not create a complicating issue. The intent of a block party is a block party.
So I would suggest then, I apologize, I know you're going. I would suggest then that we add in here some variation of language that says block parties that are reasonably assumed could exceed 100 people, if that's the number we choose, are regulated pursuant to section blah, 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 that deals with festivals.
Yes,
But
I
still
think that would be.
remove-
I think,
but still remove
I
that
think a
language.
reference to capacity would be what I would be recommending here. Again, the ease was to create an event so that the pressure had been truly about a block party. A neighborhood celebration might require us to go into a different space. So I'm open to that. I want to be cognizant of, we don't want to end up back in a complaint matrix about the policy and respecting that. So that's my only request.
Yeah, I think that's a good fix on that, to put an attendance requirement, a reasonable attendance requirement. And aside from that, having more people than you expect at a block party, I'm not sure we'd frown too much upon if it didn't have some of the negative consequences that I know you're worried about.
I have one more question before. Yeah. So the other thing, and I apologize if it's somewhere in the staff report, but I didn't see what happens when the process isn't followed, or if someone doesn't obtain a permit, or even again with Q, if we don't get that letter that, yeah, we're going to coordinate it with one of our Housing First providers. What is the city's response to those?
At Dave Gwine, Housing and Community Services, I might have lost some of the context as I just crossed the street, but I heard your earlier question, that had some of these Housing First providers been contacted? The answer is yes. Earlier there was a question about the list. We know the qualified Housing First providers is currently a very short list, but we imagine going forward that list would grow. And I might have had another question there I missed.
Well, where would one find the criteria to become a Housing First provider? In other words, the city is saying, we will authorize some. What is the criteria to become authorized, and where would one
We
learn
don't
of
speak
that?
to that in the ordinance. We speak to that in the Housing First strategy, which outlines those techniques, and that would be a discussion that we could have with me as the director, Kelly, our Housing First manager.
And that will make it to the Housing and Community Services website?
We could
probably while you're
put it on
walking,
the
I was trying to
website.
find the information, I wasn't able to. So if there are others, they're either trying to figure out, okay, who do I need to build a relationship with, to coordinate with, or who are the other providers? That's kind of where I was going with that.
I will say that that's a work in progress. You might recall we're collaborating with the county on repurposing all of our service contracts. That's one of many of the discussion points, so that would be coming forward.
Okay. And then about when one does not obtain a permit, and that's just not on this item Q, but the other ones, I didn't read anywhere in here. Okay, so what do we do? Is that a code enforcement? Is it law enforcement? But if permits are not obtained with this new policy, what happens?
Yeah, so in regards to any event, any activity not getting a permit, what usually happens is there can be varying levels of kind of intervention. If there's some complaint or there's laws being broken, law enforcement would be involved with that, of course. But for our permits team, we usually, if we find out about the event through some source after the fact, we do reach out to those event organizers to let them know what our requirements are and how they can be in compliance the next time they do an event. So we do make that effort to make sure they're aware of what our process is.
So I always go to look at what if someone is not complying, and a lot of them are where there are many groups that are providing food and clothing, but if it's repetitive, what are the city's options, and has the city actually followed through without having the conversation and encouraging them to comply with our events permit policy? Do we have a procedure?
Other than the process that Tara outlined for you, which is, we're looking for voluntary compliance. Sometimes people just aren't educated. And so we use the first, oops, it looks like you fell through the cracks, as an educational opportunity, and then explaining that process so the next time that they will follow through with the process. There really aren't harsh penalties for non-compliance, but that might be something that we can talk about with the council going forward as we sort of sort through, all of our rules and codes types of issues. That would be something that I think might fall into that.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. So I heard the suggestion that perhaps Q could come back as an amendment in the future after it's been reviewed, and I would put my 2 cents toward that concept, because I have some concern about implementing something when we don't really have the mechanisms for follow-through on anybody's part. I also have some concerns because if there's been a time lag, I know that funding for at least one of our Housing First providers, or who is likely to be one of our Housing First providers, is significantly impacted right now. And so agreements that they may have made, say, a year ago may not be relevant today. And I would certainly hate to see someone not be able to provide food or clothing to homeless people because another provider didn't have the staff to attend. I would hate to have that kind of vetoing going on. So I would really like this one to be Q to really be looked at again. And I think I'm probably not completely alone on that one. So there might be a question in there somewhere, but I heard of an offer, so I'm taking my chances with it. Exhibit A, Section 3E1. I think that I also had some concerns here with regard to calling it specifically to a block and not to a neighborhood, because I'm aware that my neighborhood is maybe more than one piece of a block. So I would prefer to have perhaps the numerical discussion go forward with that, and to call, while a block party may be a block party, making sure that we're talking about neighborhood members can attend rather than only people who live along that block. And I also have some concerns about item 2, which says if there's a bus stop, it says that there is a bus stop on the street without specifying that the presence of the barricades actually interferes with the bus route. So, for example, some streets are fairly long. You might barricade a section at the very end of the street and have a bus route at the other end of the street. So if we could say something about the bus being significantly affected, rather than just any bus stop on the street, I think that would be wise. I am interested in when the fees and fines will come back, assuming that fees and fines might be coming back to us.
Yeah, that's actually on the agenda this evening.
I'm
Fees.
sorry. I
Fees are.
was aware of another entity's fees coming, but not realizing that these
It's
fees were also there.
incorporated.
I apologize. I've not read as in-depth as I normally do because of other activities today. And I'm also concerned about the 30-day notice provision, particularly with regard to free speech. I understand that a march has the shortened time, but a free speech gathering might not have the 30-day option. So I just want to make sure that we're aligned with some of the free speech. You know, I've seen group actions at a park, City Hall, Courthouse Square, I'm guessing we'll have them, where the intention is for a group to gather, and some events will not allow a 30-day notice. You might have a more immediate response. So if we can confirm that the 30 days is maybe not possible for certain free speech events. We're asking for it, but for free speech, I think we have to be careful about that 30 days.
So just to touch on that, in the code section 11-40, it does allow for a waiver of that 30-day deadline for free speech marches.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at...
Based on if it's in reaction to a news item that comes into awareness. So there is a provision for that for marches.
I'm sorry, I'm in Exhibit A. Where is that?
That's in the city code 11-40 that we brought to you a couple months ago.
Okay, but I'm not seeing it here. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify the difference, that that isn't only applying to marches, but that that also applies to a stationary event in one of the locations where someone might have free speech.
Per 11-40 of the city code, it only applies to marches.
And that's why I'm raising it now. The 30-day notice, being able to have an event at the Courthouse Square or in front of our city properties without having it have to be marching. I think we need to be able to allow free speech events like that. So, thank you.
Mr. Tibbetts.
I just wanted to echo my support for what Councilmember Combs said regarding item Q and Exhibit A. You know, I just wouldn't like to see us run amok with a scouting troop or a church group wanting to, you know, provide fresh socks or who knows what downtown. So, but I do want to say I really appreciate that you approach this through the Housing First lens. I think that's really laudable.
Okay, I have a few cards on this, starting with Ann Seeley.
Good afternoon, Council. Ann Seeley speaking for Concerned Citizens for Santa Rosa. I want to speak to you about a very narrow segment of this, block parties only. Last year, you heard from a citizen of Santa Rosa with the colorful name of Tom Sawyer, who lives in Bennett Valley, who has for many years had block parties, but they've been very frustrated at the process required in order to carry those on. Some mention was made about a streamlined process for block parties, and that should be made very evident. I hope that something will be said about this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Ells.
Hi, thank you. This is really kind of an interesting moment. I didn't really realize that this would have an effect. I do outreach in the community that is tied to an agency that doesn't offer housing. So I have to coordinate that with housing. And one thing that I've tried to do is actually coordinate that, in fact, with a housing agency that is not in Santa Rosa and wouldn't comply with wouldn't be even looking at Santa Rosa's website necessarily to comply with the Housing First model that Santa Rosa has, because they're coming up from Petaluma. But I do have to coordinate with housing, and sometimes it's difficult, especially if they don't have any housing available. So there is a challenge there. I did want to mention also that, and I want to find out, one thing is, if I go to the Railroad Square or Courthouse
Mr.
Square.
Ellswood, please
Sorry.
direct your
Oh,
comments
forgive me.
into the microphone and to the council.
Sorry. If I go to Railroad Square, or if I go to Courthouse Square as an individual, and I'm in the park there, what is that an event? Or if I go to outreach with a person who's homeless there, is there some event there when the homeless person's there? I'm not really sure what constitutes an event. And I would say also that HPeace has already been and had a demonstration in the Courthouse Square where they had the tombstones and so on, and pictures were taken regarding the Sinead and the lack of the renegotiation of the health care access agreement that provides for their funding and so on. So that's already happened. Thankfully, it was interesting. But I don't think they knew that because it is about indigents, I don't think that they knew, and they definitely don't offer housing. I don't think that they knew that they needed to have somebody else be there to offer housing to anyone who might see it or be there. So there's some issues on it, and I'm sure you'll work them out. I'd like to find out from myself what would constitute an event that would require the permit, because I don't know.
Carolyn Eppel.
Great, thank you, members of the council. As most of you know, I'm one of the people who helped founded Camp Michaela, a homeless encampment that will be going into, I believe it's going into our third year. So come Labor Day. So this whole issue of regulating events to help the homeless is, I think, very ill-advised. I would recommend to the council that they strike this entirely. There are so many groups that are out there helping the homeless. I am also treasurer on Homeless with Pets, which is run by a person, not myself, thank goodness, who is sacrificing herself every day and goes and picks up extra food and hot coffee to give to people in Doyle Park and to other places. That would constitute an event. To require this very small group of people who is working like mad to help the homeless and their pets to coordinate with a Housing First is an onerous requirement, and you're actually going to be decreasing the likelihood of people spontaneously and as organizations coming together to provide for those who are not housed in our society. The other thing that I really want to caution the council on is, do you really want to be the place like what happened in Jacksonville, Florida, where there is a picture of a 85-year-old minister providing food to the homeless who's being handcuffed precisely for that, because that minister did not coordinate for the third or fourth or 10th time with a Housing First. Please just strike this requirement. I understand the intent. I'm for Housing First. This is not the way to go about it. I would also just request that council reach out to known activist groups when this comes back for discussion, because it's only by chance that there's three who are here. And probably more homeless activists. My apologies to others, but it's only by chance that we're here to speak to this. So reach out to Homeless Action, Homeless with Pets, Food Not Bombs, and they can give you numerous others with whom you should be in contact. Community Action Coalition. So please do not do this. This is not wise. Thank you.
That's all the cards I have. Ms. Combs, you have this item. Are there further questions? Mr. Oliveris.
I don't know if it was a question, but just it was related to the block party section. I think it was section 2E3, actually section 3E2, related to the bus stop. Because it does state that there is going to be a streamlined process for this, which is good. But I don't want to complicate things by having bus routes blocked. So I think that would be, a better terminology there is that a bus route should not be blocked for a block party.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a point of clarification for Ms. Seeley, I know that the Community Advisory Board had a couple of years ago its project being streamlining the block party process and application and all of that. And I believe this is reflected in the document, if I remember that correctly. So it does look like that's taken care of to me.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you, Tara, especially. I know you all have, I know you all have really worked hard on this. I know that particularly streamlining the block party has been an ongoing goal and process. I look forward to physically seeing that application and what it looks like now that it's streamlined, because it used to be like an inch of documents for a block. So I really want to thank you for that. Let's see if I figured this out. We are recommending additional outreach to service providers of a variety of types with regard to the homeless's voluntary as well as Housing First. Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Council Policy 000-09, procedure for permitting special events and obtaining city sponsorship, and repealing City Council Policy, I've written over it, 00018, guidelines for filming within the City of Santa Rosa as amended regarding striking and bringing back item, which Q is it? Is it 1Q? 1Q, okay. Revisions to items 3E and revision to the 30-day, amending the 30-day statement regarding free speech events in a way similar to the Marches one. Did I get all three of those? Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion on this, council? Your votes, please. And that has 6 ayes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGlynn, 14.4.
Item 14.4, report discussion of 1, updated police policy 428 regarding enforcement of federal immigration laws, and 2, alternatives to using the Sonoma County Jail. City Attorney Gallagher and Chief of Police Schroeder presenting. Did I just promote you, Captain Navarro?
Thank you.
Is that a press release?
Thank you very much, City Manager. Good afternoon, City Council. In February, Captain Navarro, Santa Rosa Police Department. In February, the council directed staff to report back on 2 items that were being discussed. The first one had to do with a request to look into alternatives to booking individuals at the Sonoma County Jail. The analysis was done by both the City Attorney's Office and with assistance by the Police Department staff. And after the analysis, it was determined that there are no feasible alternatives with respect to custodial facilities for the Santa Rosa Police Department. State law requires that law enforcement take people to the nearest custodial facility. For Santa Rosa, the nearest custodial facility is the Sonoma County Jail. The Sonoma County Jail has jurisdictional authority for all individuals who are arrested within Sonoma County. The jail is run by the Sheriff's Department, and the Sheriff's Department is responsible for transporting and safeguarding prisoners to and from Superior Court after booking. So the Police Department does not play any role in housing people who are in custody. The The second item that was requested was to review, or was to report back on the policy that we were currently updating. The policy is Policy 428, and that provides guidance to the police department in regards to enforcing and investigating immigration laws. The policy update was completed, and there are no significant updates or no fundamental changes to the policy in regards to how undocumented people are treated. The immigration status of people, that's still primarily falls under the jurisdiction of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE. And so from a police department standpoint, the officers, this is consistent with our law and with the recent city resolution as an indivisible city, that officers will not engage in enforcement efforts solely based on immigration status. This is a long-standing department practice which hasn't changed and which will continue into the future. There were two significant changes to the policy. The first change in the policy was an update regarding requests by federal agencies. Any requests by a federal agency for assistance will now be required to go through a watch commander for approval. The watch commander may grant approval for one of several reasons. Number one is to maintain the overall health and safety of the public. That may happen in occurrences such as like evolving situations, emergency situations, peacekeeping efforts, or maybe traffic control during an operation. The department also may coordinate efforts in order to apprehend a violent offender. For example, somebody who's wanted for a felony offense. The second policy change was to add language regarding how we process applications for visas for victims of violent crimes and witnesses. This change provides guidance for the police department in processing these visas and the applications and assisting victims of violent crimes when they applied for those visas. The crimes range from several different types of crimes against persons, such as stalking, human trafficking, domestic violence, rape, and kidnapping. These applications are handled by an investigative sergeant, which is designated by the chief of police. The process is handled through that sergeant and reported to the state for the number of people that are applying for visas.
Captain, before you go on, could you, for my benefit, if not anyone else's, but expand on what the purpose of these U visas and T visas is?
Sure. The U visas and T visas are really designed to promote cooperation with in criminal cases. So oftentimes you'll have people who are fearful of coming forward to help and cooperate in a police investigation. This will allow people who are victims of crimes to apply for special visas to help them stay in the country. The actual process is governed by the federal government. However, we assist by being a certification agency, and we take the applications that come through by the victims and ensure that they are cooperating with law enforcement or they're cooperating with the district attorney's office in that investigation, and we're there to ensure that is occurring. The final approval for any visa it relies on the federal government.
Okay, thank you. And while I've got you on this page, previously, what had been the procedure for responding to requests from ICE for assistance? We've got the watch commander now needs to approve. Was it someone else prior to this?
So Prior to the update, there was no mention of how it was going to be approved, so we felt it was important to place in the policy the approval process. And so we designated a watch commander, which is lieutenant or above, who will be notified when there's a request that comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we're near the end of the presentation, but I do want to just emphasize that Policy 428 is consistent with the city and police department's mission, vision, and values. It provides equal enforcement of the law and equal service to the public. It promotes public confidence in the department, very much like we've just discussed in encouraging people to cooperate with the police department in investigations. And the policy is consistent with the recent council resolution of being an indivisible city. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Council, are there questions? Mr. Rogers, who wants to go first? Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing forward this review. I very much appreciate it. Because what we have received is not redlined, it's a little hard to tell what's been included and deleted. And my memory is that the original policy actually even had a section with instructions for how to report someone to ICE. So that looks like it's been dropped, and I just want to thank you for dropping that section and confirm that my memory and that is dropped is what occurred. So first, thank you very much for that. I would like to clarify the use of the phrase felony offender and that we're cooperating with felony offenders. Are all felonies a violent offender?
Not all felonies are violent.
Okay, so do we differentiate between someone who perhaps has maybe recurrent old charges for using or something like a drug that's now legal? If some of those rose to felony, would they still be referred as a felony that we would take part with? This is an area obviously where I am under-skilled, but I'm trying to understand how we're applying a felony cooperation. Can we tighten this language so that we're clear that we're talking about, for example, a violent offender, as opposed to someone who has recurrent charges, old charges from a time when certain drugs were illegal that aren't illegal in our state now? Do you understand the question? Because I don't.
So we we assist when there's an underlying investigation, underlying criminal felony violent investigation.
So I just want to clarify, you keep using the word violent, and I'm trying to understand if we are in fact being specific to cooperating only in the instances when it's violent, as opposed to other instances where it is not violent.
We will assist in an investigation when it's consistent with the law and consistent with the resolution being an indivisible city. So we do. We took when the city council provided the resolution, we used that as a framework to look at how we were going to update the policy. And so as we move forward, everything that we do is going to be consistent with both the law and the resolution that the council put forth. So
because we weren't clear in saying whether we meant violent when we used the phrase felony, that lack of clarification is still ongoing. Is that what I understand? I just want to understand what we're doing.
So we will, we do assist if there's an underlying criminal investigation. And
So is criminal always a felony?
no,
Okay, so any criminal investigation, regardless of whether or not it's a felony? I'm just, really and truly, I don't know, so I'm asking.
I feel the need to clarify.
Yeah, please.
Chief Hank Schreeder, Santa Rosa Police Department. There are several felonies that we may get involved in. For example, human trafficking isn't necessarily considered a violent felony, but it's still a felony.
It is to me.
It is, absolutely. But
Sorry, I think that one's...
major drug trafficking, these kinds of things.
Okay, so how major is, I'm just trying to get a sense of what it means. How major are we talking about?
I think the example that you offered was these possession-type charges that are now considered misdemeanors.
Right, but weren't in the old days?
Well, I don't think we would be involved in those when it comes to cooperating in an immigration type. The reality is we've had immigration come into Sonoma County or into Santa Rosa Police Department, not actually into the police department, but into the city, and conduct operations without any involvement from us. They haven't asked for any assistance.
I understand that you are motivated to do what we as a community are seeking. I want to be really clear that I'm very appreciative of that. I know that you get this. I'm just trying to understand that what we have written down reflects what our intentions are.
And the difficulty sometimes is the definition.
Yeah,
right?
so
where is the definition? If I say violent, then it becomes
I'm hearing criminal, I'm hearing felony, and
Right.
I'm hearing violent.
What I can tell you is that we will not cooperate solely for the basis of immigration. That we will do it based on major criminal violations, ongoing criminal cases.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about how big a sweep that is, but I'm going to move on. And I will say that I'm a little disappointed in slide 2 because you have answered the exact question I asked, but not answered sort of what I viewed as an expanded approach. So I've heard things like catch and release for misdemeanors. I've heard that there are circumstances where a person sort of isn't arrested in the way that they're arrested and taken to the jail. So what I'm hearing is, yes, we cannot take everybody who we ever arrest somewhere other than the local jail. And we certainly wouldn't sort out who we take because that identifies them as whether they're immigrant status or not. So any rule we would pass would be applied to. So what I'm saying is, did we look at policies where we avoid the use of the jail as something that we do?
We understood the request to look at alternative jail locations.
I understand.
That's what we looked at.
Okay, and I'm looking at alternatives to the county jail, which could include doing something other than jailing. So I'm just trying to sort out, do we have options other than, do we have effective options we can agree on, other than going to jail, for example, for a misdemeanor?
Again, we're starting to get into an expansive conversation that wasn't
I understand that it wasn't understood previously.
And again, there was a very specific reference. I
think I talked about catch and release when I asked the first question, but I understand
we deferred
like
to the
fishing.
city attorney's office at the time to answer this specific question, respectfully,
Yes.
council member. We're starting to get into lots of hypotheticals. We can take some of that concern back. But again, I'm not sure what it is. I'm honestly asking, so I'm trying to help everybody here understand the question. There is, within this conversation, there's ambiguity that we can't anticipate every issue that comes across the city's or this team's desk at any one particular time. If there's some direction of what you want us to explore, I think the city attorney's office was, and again, a little bit this started under the prior city attorney. She was looking specifically at this issue. So I'm going to come to Sue's defense a little bit, that she's struggling to make up some of that time. But I want to just put out there that if there's something additional here, we can come back on that additional issue. It wasn't, I think there may be some transition issues, but this work was primarily done under Ms. Stricker's
And I really appreciate that what I'm asking may be a kind of fine tuning, that this is, I'm very pleased with the policy and the information that's come back to us. I'm trying to fine tune sort of how big a net are we leaving, and what I'm seeing is that criminal is bigger than I thought it was, felony is bigger than I thought it was, and I'm concerned about how serious is it. We want to keep our community safe, right? Fundamentally, we want to do that. I'm trying to figure out, how do we not target particular residents while we for more extreme punishment through ICE? And that's so I'm looking at how do we do that by fine-tuning what we mean by when we're doing criminal, felony, or violent cooperation. Obviously, violent cooperation, cooperate, clearly. I'm just trying to figure out where those boundaries are, and I need your expert help with that because I'm not the expert.
So can we switch back to the jail booking? Because
Yes,
I feel
please.
like we're bleeding between
We
two
are, because this is another place where my understanding is that with misdemeanors, there's some officer judgment, and I'm trying to sort that out.
Well, there's always going to be, I think that's part of the issue that we're wrestling with, is there's always going to be some discretion in this conversation. I think the policy sets the tone, and we're trying to take into account the council's direction and indivisible with the concerns that were expressed in indivisible. It's still keeping the community, the high level of enforcement and safety issues in that conversation. We can go there in an additional conversation. I'm still a little confused on, and I'm trying to provide clarity for the city attorney on the bookings conversation. I'm trying to understand the question there, and that's why I'm saying I'm not understanding why net and the direction, so that we can do a better job here of answering the specific question on the book. You're not happy with the booking.
I understand everybody who's going to go to jail goes to this county jail, and we have no choice. And I appreciate you doing that research and bringing that back. That brings the question of, does everybody who goes to jail have to go to jail? Or are there other mechanisms that we have available to us? And I understand that there is some policies called catch and release. So I'm trying to understand the impact of those policies when they're applied. And I understand misdemeanors are often a part of that.
So again, I'll defer to the police department team, but I think we're starting to get into a conversation where I'm a little bit concerned about catch and release, because there's an underlying conversation that still goes into this, is we're not asking immigration status when we go through the process.
That's right.
And so the answer had been looking at specifically immigration status. If we're going to go into a deeper dive about general approach, then we're starting to bleed into off topic, and that's where I'm trying to get.
I'm sorry, I disagree, because we start this with the understanding we're not asking specifically immigration status. That means that everybody that goes to jail, and
again, it's my inartful way of saying
is that our
we're
intention?
Again, if you're talking about an entire look at our procedures around this, we can get into some of those conversations. It doesn't absolve it doesn't change the discretion factor in this, but
Of course.
But again, I want to make it really clear that what's being communicated in the policy is that immigration is not the function of this conversation. Is that
No.
we don't ask, because we start to get into questions of why are we doing said program, and I don't mind the team starting to answer that, but part of the reason we don't ask the underlying immigration status question whenever we bring somebody into the environment.
You do understand that when we take people to jail, as under the current circumstances, immigration becomes an issue at that jail.
I'm not.
So I have some concern about taking people to jail now.
And I hear your concern.
And I'm saying any people.
And I hear your
Okay.
concern. I hear your concern.
Okay, so that was my question, was what alternatives do we have to going to jail? And if that's not a conversation we can have tonight, I understand. But I thought that was part of what I was asking. And clearly, just mentioning the phrase catch and release, which I have mixed feelings about, sounds terrible. How do we move that conversation forward? And I understand other people have questions, so I'm willing to let other folks go forward with where they're going.
Let's let the police department respond to that.
Of course.
So there are different options to, in how we deal with arrest. So one is to take a person to jail. Another option is to issue a citation. And that does depend on the severity of the crime. It depends on, there's several factors, but we do have procedures in place to deal with those.
And just for clarification, it's a cite and release policy.
Cite and release.
Yeah.
Thank you. Much better phrasing. So I guess the question is, do we lean toward citing under current circumstances?
Again, I think what we're going to answer, and I'm going to leave it to the police department to finish me off, is it's going to depend on what issue they're looking at. I think that's where this becomes a challenge is, you're asking us a hypothetical, I think that it's hard to answer that question, but now I'm going to turn it over to they do, but I'm still not sure what question we're not going through a list of violations at this point.
I
so
certainly don't want to do that. I want officers to have judgment. I consider that an essential characteristic of a well-functioning department, that they have judgment. And I want to say how much I appreciate our department and trust their judgment. I'm asking if they need us to say, lean toward citing, or if they don't need us to say that.
Again, I'm not sure what lean towards citing would mean unless we're talking about specific criminal activity, and then again, I'm not. What we're saying, what I think the police department is saying, is that this is not part of what we do. We have felony issues. We have other criminal activities that rise to a certain magnitude, and then there may be, as it was cited in Invisible Cities conversation, reasons that we get into additional conversations. I understand the question, and I'm not trying to be obtuse. It's just that the nature of the business, the nature of the conversation is it becomes a situational conversation.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. And I think part of the difficulty in me understanding this is because it is completely hypothetical. So I was wondering if you could give us an example of when ICE has reached out asking to coordinate on a criminal investigation that they are doing.
I can't recall a specific incident where they reached out and asked us for actual assistance. So this is, again, if if there is an incident in the future and we're being asked to assist, it allows us to deal with an underlying criminal investigation.
Can you try to walk through for me what the procedure of something like that would look like? So if there was an allegation and ICE was searching for somebody for a non-immigration issue, and I'm having difficulty wrapping my head around what that would be, where ICE would be reaching out on a non-immigration issue that would not extend to other forms of federal law enforcement being involved.
So the way the normal course would be, there's an underlying criminal investigation that is occurring, and they are requesting our assistance. They are dealing with, if ICE is dealing with the immigration status, we are not a part of that. We are just dealing with that, with the underlying criminal investigation. So if there's a person who's wanted and ICE becomes aware that there's an immigration status with that individual, they may request that assistance, but we're dealing with that criminal investigation. So if there's a warrant for the person for murder, they would, we would get involved and we would work together to try to find that person.
I feel the need to clarify what ICE is in the federal, because under ICE, there's two other sections. There's the immigration enforcement or civil side, and then the HSI side, which deals strictly with criminal investigations. That's the only side we get involved in. So is it possible, what we'd be dealing with is Homeland Security investigations, which actually comes under the umbrella of ICE. The term ICE gets thrown around a lot because it's the overarching organization for the criminal investigative side. So for example, if HSI was coming to us saying you have a major human trafficking investigation, or we have a major human trafficking investigation going on in your city, we absolutely would be concerned about that, have some interest in what it means to the community. But that's some of the reason we built into the policy that the watch commander or a lieutenant in charge of our investigative units has to be involved before we start getting into some of these relationships. Does that help clarify?
That helps a lot, Chief. Thank you. Because that was sort of one of the tensions that I was trying to figure out is because my understanding of ICE is typically on the immigration side. So I was having a hard time struggling to figure out what could we be coordinating with them on, talking in the hypotheticals that is not specific to immigration status.
So in preparation for this policy, we reached out to the Department of Homeland Security and the representative that represents the investigative side, and we talked about the clear separation, we talked about indivisible cities, we talked about our policy, and he was very clear, that's not our side. That's the civil immigration side. We don't get involved in that. We keep you over here. We do criminal investigations. They have to have a nexus to some underlying criminal investigation.
So the crafting of this policy was designed in a way, it's sounding like, to try to have the watch commander distinguish between which of those categories it falls into.
And it's some of the conversation that Councilmember Combs is bringing up. There is so much nuance to this. Each situation is different. I can't have a patrol officer necessarily making that decision for the entire city based on our policy county or at the city council level as well as our own policy. I need a manager involved, making sure that we're doing it correctly for everybody involved.
So in those instances where it falls under the Homeland Security, if we are involved, apprehend the suspect, do they go to county jail or do they ultimately end up after the trial in federal prison? Can you talk a little bit about how that tracks?
So Captain Schwartz is here too, and he also understands some of this. He may be able to add some light on that. But ultimately, it depends on whose investigation it is. If it's our investigation and HSI is assisting, and that's either in dollars or resources that they bring to the table through the federal system, they would go to our county jail. If it's their program, and they're coming in, they're just asking for our assistance for a public safety standpoint, meaning that they are looking for somebody, they're going after, somebody in particular based on this criminal investigation, then it'd be their investigation, we wouldn't be involved in it. And if they book into our county jail, I don't know.
Which I'm trying to also figure out, we wouldn't have much say in where they book anyway, correct?
No.
So in this instance where there's this hypothetical where ICE becomes involved, in the event of a conviction, what happens? And in the event of a dismissal, what happens, particularly when we talk about the immigration aspect side of this? At what point could the immigration side of ICE become involved in this if we were to be involved, have somebody go to the county jail, it's our investigation, what have you? Is there my real underlying question is there a potential that we help out with an investigation that send somebody to the jail where they have the charges dismissed, but at that point it doesn't matter because the immigration side of ICE has already become involved?
So we have no control when they go to jail, who they report to, who the county reports to, or who the federal arm reports to. We do not.
Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
I wanted to follow up on Mr. Rogers' question, asking for a specific instance when ICE has requested assistance from the police department. Captain Navarro said you can't recall a time that has happened. Is there a time that HSI has requested the police department's assistance?
Good afternoon. Craig Schwartz, the other captain for the police department. We have historically and on an ongoing basis work with HSI on major criminal investigations, whether that be something like the chief had mentioned with human trafficking or major drug trafficking organizations, sometimes transnational drug trafficking organizations. Whether or not those are cases that HSI had come to ask our assistance for, I don't have that information right now. But when working with our federal partners, like Captain Navarro and Chief Schroeder said, we are working to operate in a way that meets the terms of both state law, our policy, and the City Council's indivisible city resolution in dealing with criminal investigations not solely based on immigration status.
And just to be clear, on slide 4, it says request for assistance by federal law enforcement agencies. So we're not making any distinction between ICE, HSI, or any other FBI, BLM, ATF. I mean, is it any federal law enforcement agency that this policy applies to?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Combs.
I feel stuck in the world of hypotheticals, and I apologize for being trapped in this box that is very difficult to work out. I'm concerned about collateral persons. I don't mean dead ones. I mean a person who is the victim of the person who's the criminal investigation is about, who is undocumented, getting caught into the ICE system. I'm guessing that Homeland Security notices whether someone involved is undocumented or not, even if we're not. And so I'm interested in what do we do to ensure the protection of persons who are undocumented but are living next door and the wrong house is knocked on, or again, the victim who is not the target of the investigation of the criminal activity, but is around the area at the time. Do we have any provisions where if we are cooperating with a criminal action, that we assure that persons not involved in criminal activity are not also, as they say, swept up?
Well, we had the discussion with the director of HSI, the regional office. We had some of these discussions, and specifically about a case, south of San Francisco, where it was very prevalent. That seemed to be the issue. And his statement was they don't take people away. They identify people and they move on if it's a case that's involving a criminal aspect. The reality is, any case that if we serve a search warrant, we're going to identify everybody in the house. If it's a search warrant that's in collaboration with Homeland Security, or that, people are going to be identified within the house. What they do with that, I can't answer that question. What he said was he has no interest in it because it's a different side of the house for him. He is strictly involved in the criminal side, not in the civil immigration side.
So Homeland Security is investigating cases, and excuse my ignorance, Homeland Security is investigating cases of criminal activity separate from the FBI that have nothing to do with immigration status.
Yeah, I actually saw a couple of reports in the Press Democrat regarding cases where HSI was involved in major criminal or major drug trafficking rings coming into Sonoma County from the Central Valley. That's, HSI is involved in that.
I guess I made the assumption that if HSI was involved, it was because there was also a layer of immigration status, and that otherwise the FBI would be handling it.
No, we very clearly talked to the director about that, and it was, there's two sides of that. Since ICE has two sides of the house, criminal sides, they're very aware of the impacts it's having on law enforcement communities throughout the state of California, MOUs that are in place and these kinds of things. They want to keep that separate.
So I understood that civil and criminal would be handled separately, but I thought because of the department it was in, that there was an overarching interest in immigration status. And what I'm hearing you say is that that's not the case, that we now have, in addition to the FBI, Homeland Security doing criminal investigation in our community regardless of status.
Yes.
Thank you for the education.
I think the really challenging thing is that there's so much uncertainty in this question, and that uncertainty is coming from leadership and leadership positions within the administration, which are challenging us all in these conversations. It's really unfortunate to be in this situation where, frankly, staff is trying its best to make sure the policy is understood, that we're affording by the policy, but because of what we're hearing, and this isn't just on this front, it's other fronts, it's really hard to understand what directions are going to come and what issues are going to be and who's going to be asked to fulfill certain roles. So there is, even for this team up here, what I'm trying to communicate is there's a great deal of uncertainty as we try to navigate. What we're trying to bring certainty to is our approach to these issues as they come up, in terms of living up to the indivisible city policy and what we believe is the intent of council to approach it. But I will say, all that being said, and you've heard sort of the definitions, there is a grave amount of uncertainty right now as it relates to national policy and national direction. And again, another one that just came up recently is mandatory sentencing again. So there's a huge amount of, and again, it is a challenge for us operationally. We're trying to make sure that we can assure the residents that is not what we do, that's not our approach.
I appreciate your patience. I have one more question. And on slide 3, the second paragraph says at the end, except as required by law. And I'm trying to sort out, can you sort of clarify for me what that means? when would we be required to engage in discovering immigration status of an individual required by law? Has it ever happened?
That is basically regarding the examples that we've discussed. So if there's a underlying criminal investigation, we will assist in searching for the person.
But you could seek the person without any concern with regard to the immigration status, based on the criminal activity.
I'm sorry, Council Member Coates, could you repeat that?
So this isn't, if I'm reading this sentence right, and maybe it's a paraphrasing of a sentence somewhere else, so it may be that the actual meaning is different, but the way this sentence reads, we're asking officers to not engage in efforts solely based on immigration status, except as required by law. And I'm trying to figure out why the exception is there. Because we should be able to do it if there's a law involved, like a criminal action or a felony, we should be able to do the work without asking for that. Have I misunderstood the section?
Mr. Mayor, if it'd be helpful, I can read the section that Councilmember Combs has paraphrased.
I'd rather the city attorney.
Let's.
Thank you. Have I?
My understanding is that this language is specifically addressed to requirements, prohibitions in federal law that we as a local agency cannot preclude certain officials from releasing information regarding immigration status. I would want to talk further with the police department as to whether there's any significant need for that language, given that the initial part of this sentence concerns solely based on undocumented immigration status or to investigate. I personally am not aware of where the law would require that, but I certainly am not as familiar with all the ins and outs of criminal law.
I fully understand your concern about violating what I think is a state or federal law, that we can't block the speech of certain people from saying what they want to say. But I don't think that's what's implied in this sentence. So I would be very pleased if you would relook at that section and perhaps reword just that section. I think that would go a long way to reassuring me.
I'd be happy to do that.
And I appreciate it. And I also appreciate why you are being cautious about it. So thank you for both things. And again, I want to reiterate my understanding of our department being really exceptional and very good on these issues, and that I'm very appreciative and supportive of the way that our department has been handling this difficult issue and has embraced our indivisible city ordinance or resolution or whatever it's called. So I really want to thank you for that. I think it goes a long way in our community.
We've got some cards for public comment. Carolyn Epple.
Great, thank you. I know we're all getting tired here. So just some rather obvious points. When the city of Santa Rosa Police pick up somebody here and they're being taken to a place for expected detention. This is a place with a known history of violence that county taxpayers are paying out on average $1 million a year because they commit violence there, because there's civil rights abuses, because there's excessive force. So I just have to ask, how can someone ethically do that? And I'm being very serious in that. I think that is something that we have to look at. How can we ethically do that? And that's setting aside the fact that they also cooperate with ICE. Secondly, I would like to point out that I do not see this as equal public service. If I am going to be arrested for serving bread to the homeless for the 10th time and taken to detention, I am not going to be sent back to Germany because my last name is Apple. But if somebody whose name is Ramirez or Gonzalez, who has no more papers than my relatives had, is arrested, then they will be sent back. And they will be sent back to a country that they may know no better than I know Germany. Thirdly, there's a piece of me that just wants to say, what about the option of not cooperating with the state law? And I know that's asking a huge thing, but there are times, we are at a time of such moral urgency in this nation that I do think that we have to pause and ask that. Can we not cooperate? Because just following the rules is exactly what was said over and over in the Nuremberg trials, and the Nuremberg trials found that that was not a reasonable defense. So, lastly, there is an alternative, and I think it's feasible. I'm being very serious here. What about Firehouse number 5? Why could we not make that into a jail facility? It's closer than the main county detention center, I believe. And it's there, it's available. Yes, it has some earthquake issues. We're not using it for the homeless. Why don't we use it to help us get around this issue? Thank you very much.
Merlin.
Hi, I would like to thank her, even though she isn't here right at the moment, Julie Combs, for bringing up this issue and stressing it so strongly. This city agreed to be a sanctuary city in spirit and an indivisible city in name. You've made a promise to the people of this city to stand up for them where immigration rights are concerned. If that means that if your only choice when the police arrest people is to send them to the county jail, where we know the current sheriff in power is cooperating with ICE and Jeff Sessions and Trump, then your options are limited. Some of those options include, and thank you so much, Councilwoman Combs, for bringing it up, not arresting people. It also includes, I hope to hear all of you endorse the campaign to recall Sheriff Freitas, because he stands against your decision to protect people's immigration status, with all immigration statuses. I hope to see you sign the petition to get recall on the ballot and give us the democratic decision we didn't have when Sheriff Freitas was ushered into office with no opposition. This is a great opportunity. Rather than treating justice as a punitive issue where we are punishing people, you can transform the police force into a body that protects people instead, that prevents us from being harmed. And you can create, endorse, promote, and enable other organizations that can prevent crime through transformative and restorative justice. So I very much look forward to hearing you do that. Thank you, Julie Combs, for being the voice of humanity here. We need more like you, and we need your fellow council members to take a hard listen to what you have to say, find it in their hearts to support your proposals, and bring more like them. Thank you.
Adrian Schrader.
Hello, I'm Adrian Shader. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said. And I'd like to thank Ms. Combs again for her line of questioning. Yes, I'd like to restate again that, we said that it was stated that the only option was to bring people to the county jail because state law mandates that people be brought to the nearest jail. But the whole point, the whole reason that we had this room full of people speaking up against this thing is that there were these horrific policies and this horrific language coming down from the top, from the highest level of government that we were opposed to and that we wanted to stand up to. And so when there's maybe a higher level of government that has a policy that's going to lead to more harm and going to lead to these, horrific institutions of power that are disproportionately affecting undocumented immigrants, that's what we're supposed to be standing up to. So maybe that's a law that we need to break, because sometimes the law reinforces these oppressive systems. And then, any cooperation with ICE brings us one step closer to really reinforcing those systems. And I think it's important when we say there's two ICEs, there's the criminal side and there's the civil immigration side. That's not even getting into conversations around criminalization, but I don't know if you all know what happened in Santa Cruz, where they said, hey, there's these members, ICE came to the police department there and said, hey, there's these members of this, really intense gang, and we need your help to arrest them. And then they helped them out, and then it turns out most of them weren't members of that gang. They just got them to arrest a bunch of people. And the Santa Cruz Police Department was very upset about that, but we know we can't trust ICE to be honest with local law enforcement either, so that reason is kind of not justified, saying that there's two ICEs. They're gonna lie to you, and you're gonna be their arms and their legs, whether they're telling you the truth or not. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Any further questions or comment? Thank you very much. There's no action required on this, and appreciate your information and education for all of us here. We are at item 15, and as I've announced it a couple of times previously during the meeting, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Mr. McGlynn, item 15.1.
Item 15.1, public hearing. Tephra public hearing, crossing on Aston, located at 706 to 708 Aston Avenue, 1500 to 1555 John Richards Way. Frank Kasimoff, program specialist, presenting.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Kersey and council members, this item is a public hearing related to a requested tax-exempt bond issuance for crossings on Aston. The property is 1.86 acres. It's been subdivided already into 14 lots, and entitlements have been granted for 14 duplexes, each with its own garage and yard. The property was purchased in foreclosure with a housing authority loan in 2013 by Urban Housing Communities and Central Valley Coalition for Affordable Housing, with the intent of developing affordable housing. That same partnership successfully developed a 49-unit affordable housing development located on Jennings Avenue in Santa Rosa. The Crossings on Aston development plan calls for 27 total units. 24 of them are 3-bedroom units, and 3 are 1-bedroom units. One of the units will be used for a community room. 26 of the 27 units are targeted to families earning 30% to 60% of the area median income, and 1 unit will be occupied by a resident manager. Currently committed financing for the approximately $13.7 million project includes housing authority loan funds and 6 project-based Section H vouchers, also committed by the Housing Authority. Proposed financing includes tax credit equity, a deferred developer fee, and the subject of this evening's public hearing, the tax-exempt bond financing. Happy to report that with the tax credit equity, we learned recently that the project is recommended for tax equity financing, and the California Tax Allocation Committee is going to be meeting tomorrow for the final decision on that. And with all this financing in place, as anticipated, the developer has indicated that they will start construction this September and expect to complete construction by the end of June of next year. Tax-exempt revenue bond financing is an important part of the total financing for this and other affordable housing developments, because tax-exempt bonds enable a project sponsor to borrow money at a lower cost. All financial costs and obligations for the issuance and also for repayment of the bonds will be the responsibility of the borrower, and there will be no impact on the city's general fund. And in addition, the 26 restricted units will remain affordable for 55 years pursuant to regulatory agreements. Prior to issuance of tax-exempt bonds, the governing body in whose jurisdiction the project is located must first conduct a public hearing, which is often referred to as a TEFRA public hearing, because it is held in accordance with the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of the Internal Revenue Code. The first step following the TEFRA public hearing is an adoption of an inducement resolution, which is a conditional expression of intent by the city with respect to the potential issuance of bonds for the project. The second step is issuance of the bonds. This is a separate discretionary action by the council. In this case, we expect to return to council later this summer to request the official bond issuance. It is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the council hold the TEFRA public hearing and by resolution reaffirm the city's official intention to issue tax-exempt revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $8 million, reaffirm the city's official intention to reimburse certain expenditures relating to the development from proceeds of the bonds, authorize an application to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of the bonds, and determine that it is appropriate for the city to issue bonds in accordance with the Internal Revenue Code. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Bond counsel Steve Maleckian with Jones Hall is here with us, and in addition, Lori Zito is here representing the project sponsor, Urban Housing Communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kasimoff. Council, are there questions? I may have missed this in your presentation. Are these for rent?
These are for rent, yes.
Why build duplexes here instead of apartments?
It's a part of a housing for all type of scenario for one, but also there's a lot of 3-bedroom units here. It's a different kind of a model. A lot of our units are 2-bedroom, some. This has 24 3-bedroom units. It has a yard, it has a garage, so it's a different kind of configuration of a property.
And the surrounding neighborhood is single families?
There are some, and there's also some apartments across the street.
Across the street,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing. Ms. Gomez, do we have any cards for speakers? You don't need to have filled out a card, so whoever's card this is, please step up to the microphone.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is David Harris, and I am a commissioner on the Housing Authority. So I've been watching this project, actually, quite by circumstance. I was here in the council chambers back in 2005 when this project was appealed when it was still market rate. So this is a project that's been there waiting to happen now for 12 years. And, you know, it's been now on the public financing for affordable housing since 2012. That's 5 years. And when we start to look at these numbers, we'll see that this is about $500,000 or more per unit. And, you know, is it the time that costs all that money? I don't know. It just raises this question of how much we could change our processes to make these things happen faster. So that's one of my concerns is, you know, someday we are going to have a disaster here that's going to require us to respond to our housing need. And maybe some of this stuff will help us get ready for that. I hope we're better able to respond when we have a real significant need to respond in a faster way than the wheels have been turning. Things do change. You know, we have a housing voucher system that's funded by more than $20 million annually from HUD. That's still flowing. But we've kind of had this idea that housing vouchers should be used in the market rate arena and not in public housing, or in the affordable finance housing. But in fact, we have reached the point now where about half of our housing choice vouchers are in subsidized projects. And that raises the question, you know, the general philosophy has been, well, they should be out there in the community. But when the issue is lack of supply, if we could be using those vouchers to create supply, I think we need to look very seriously at using vouchers to help create supply. And the other little issue I would raise about this site, it has been there now for more than 10 years with paved streets, gutters, and all the utilities there, growing weeds. That's all we've had there for that whole time. And I think in talking to the representative from Urban Housing Communities, they were willing a couple years ago to find an interim use for safe parking, et cetera. So the lines didn't quite get connected. We could have used this the last 2 years for some of the homeless type services. And if this is going to sit, Frank is saying it's going to get built, they're going to break ground in September. But if it doesn't, let's not forget that there is land that's got utilities that we could really use in the wintertime.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council on this issue? Please, sir. Did you? Oh, I thought you were signaling me. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Schwedhelm, you have this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa reaffirming its official intention to issue tax-exempt revenue bonds for the purpose of financing an affordable rental housing facility in the city and to reimburse certain expenditures relating to the development of such facility from proceeds of said bonds, authorizing an application to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of said bonds and approving the issuance of said bonds in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Council, your votes. That passes with 5 ayes. Thank you.
Item 15.2, public hearing, proposed new and revised fees.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I do have one correction to make. On the Exhibit B to the resolution, a footnote was left off, and I just going to provide you with a replacement copy of the Exhibit B to the resolution so that when Planning and Economic Development talks about their fees, you'll actually have the full document with the footnote. So I'll give you that first. All right, so what we're going to do today is go through a city-wide update of certain fees within the organization. Each department that has fees will present their fees. The finance department took the project on, even though we're not actually instituting fees, but since it is a citywide project, the finance department gathered the information, created the staff report and the resolution, but each department developed their fees, and so they will come up and talk about what they're presenting to you tonight. We just want to give you that information up front. So what we're doing is looking at fees within primarily three departments: fire, planning and economic development, and recreation and parks. We use these fees to cover those programs that are provided that are fee-for-service programs within those departments. There are a couple new fees that you will see as well. They'll explain those. The city staff goes through the methodology that they've been using to determine the proper nexus and ensuring that our fees are based on a nexus. And fees, we do this every year, but any fees that are not being updated tonight are going to continue at their regular rate as what's been approved. And the finance department does do a citywide fee schedule that goes up on our website, so this will feed that information as well. So we'll start with the fire department. And we have Scott Moon here to talk about their fees.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Corsi, members of council. My name is Scott Moon. I'm the Division Chief Fire Marshal for the fire department. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed fee materials related to the fire department activities. The fire department has evaluated several fees and identified proposed adjustments to the currently adopted fee schedule. The proposed adjustments allow for the continued administration of effective fire and environmental safety programs of existing operations, new emerging industries, as well as activities currently not recovering associated staff and program costs. As mentioned during the fire department's presentation in November of 2016, related to the California Fire Code adoption package, the fire department advised council we would be returning in June of 2017 with several new fees, as well as modifications to some of our existing fees. So details of the proposed fees for the fire department were supplied to the finance department in advance of this presentation and have been broken down for you in Exhibit A, and that's for your review and consideration. There are a total of 17 categories: 8 new operation permit fees, 3 modified operational permit fees for limited term activities, 4 new construction permit fees, and 2 local administrative fees. As you can see in this slide, it depicts the fee breakdown as proposed by the fire department for fiscal year 17-18. At the time these materials were prepared for council, Review the Bay Area Consumer Price Index, All Urban Consumers, CPIU, which historically has been utilized by the fire department as the annual index for increasing our fees was not available. Since such time, the CPIU index has been published at 3.8% and is planned to be applied per council resolution number 26584, to all fees, including the proposed materials before council for review and approval tonight. And with that, that concludes the fire department's presentation, and I'd like to thank you again for your consideration of our fire department proposed fees, and would entertain any questions at this time.
Questions? Yes, Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Scott. On the, in the staff report, and I think you've got it on the local administrative fees.
Yes.
So the staff report says finally the department is proposing 2 local admin fees for fire marshal consultation for larger fire code related issues and associated paperwork. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
We have a lot of projects that come in that are proposed, and they do consume quite a bit of our time, staff time, that we don't anticipate impacting our daily schedule. So what we allow is for designers, developers, design professionals to come in, and they can schedule time with us to sit down and go through items that may take more an extended time and review. And that was the intention of that, is to allow for that.
So what is the fee?
It's just an hourly based fee at the fire marshal's rate, and that is broken down for you in the fee nexus. And it's a 1 hour minimum that we charge, and the current rate that is established in the city structure is $153.
And does that include the admin? Because I saw earlier there's a 25% overhead includes, that goes in the $136, so that is inclusive of that
That
overhead?
one is broken out specific to the fire marshal's position.
So the figure you just quoted there, that's all inclusive for the person who'd be using that service?
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the next department that will present their fees will be Planning and Economic Development, and Gabe Osborne is here to present those. And again, remember, this is the replacement page we gave you for the resolution as the footnote.
Good evening, Mayor Corsi and members of the council. The Planning and Economic Development Department actually has 5 fees that we're proposing today that are either revisions to existing fees or new fees. So I'll take the opportunity to step through all 5 in our attachment. So excuse me, Debbie, if we can slip to the next slide. Thank you very much. So this is a breakdown of our fees that we are proposing. So the first fee is associated with our encroachment permit process. The encroachment permit is issued for all work within the public right-of-way. The processing fee simply goes to the processing of the application itself. The current fee is sitting at $80, and we're proposing to increase that fee to $128. That number is simply based on the average number of staff hours associated with that process, as well as the hourly rate that is consistent with the position that normally performs that work. The second fee on our schedule is also associated with the encroachment permit process. In addition to the processing fee, encroachment permits typically collect a plan check and inspection fee that is based on the valuation of the public improvements, and that number is currently based on our fee schedule, 12%. We're not proposing to modify that. That's more or less just for background. In some situations, what we run into is we experience proposals that do not involve any public improvements, and therefore it equals a 0 fee, yet they do involve some level of effort from a plan check and inspection side on our end. And this situation is fairly prevalent with dry utility companies. PG&E, AT&T, Comcast pull a large volume of encroachment permits simply to work on their infrastructure. So they're not digging in the roadway. They do involve traffic control, and we must review the traffic control plan and inspect the traffic control measures. So this fee is devised to really cover that cost. So for encroachment permits that do not involve any public improvements, yet do involve traffic control, our proposal is to add a $147 fee to that application. That simply involves an hour and a half of staff time, once again based on the rate for the position that performs the service. The third category is for our water efficient landscape review. Our division is tasked with reviewing all landscape plans to ensure consistency with the water efficient landscape ordinance. The current set rate for these fees is $195 for residential proposals and $260 for commercial proposals. And what we find is it's very difficult as landscaping projects increase in complexity. The staff time goes up with that, and this fee is not able to cover the staff time. So what we're proposing to move to is more of a sliding scale based on valuation of the improvements. So this would be the value of the plants that go into the landscaping as well as the irrigation system. And we have some set categories here. We go from 1 to just a shade under $20,000, and we're anticipating that to be 4 hours with a fee of $440. Our next category is 20 to just a shade under $100,000. That is $820, and the next category of 100 to just under $500,000 is $1,650. The second category is a little more complex, and this is the footnote that was added to it, is when landscaping goes above $500,000, it is fairly complex. And where we normally see those is in subdivision projects. They are typically large common areas or they're parks. The subdivision process per the current fee schedule has a different fee calculation associated with it. What it does is it looks at the value of all public and common area improvements. It determines a total valuation for all those, and then it takes a percentage of that. So what we're doing here, since it's consistent with that process already, we're just mirroring it in the schedule to ensure people are aware that when they hit this valuation, it's likely a subdivision, and it basically moves them to a different section of the fee schedule that's currently adopted. So we're really just doing this for clarity purpose. The fourth item is just a timing of a fee collection. So the subdivisions do collect plan, check, and inspection fees. And for subdivision projects, we require the inspection fees to be collected prior to recording the final map. The development process actually lets public improvements be constructed prior to the recording of the final map, which legally creates the lots. This creates a situation in which we actually render services prior to a fee collection. In a very healthy development situation, the gap between those 2 points is fairly narrow. Usually things move forward at a very aggressive rate, and we collect the fee not long after we render the service. Fortunately, what we learned from the downturn in the economy is that gap can significantly widen, and we have run into situations where we conducted 80% of the inspections on the development and collected fees 4 years later due to the delay in the processes. It makes it very difficult to track activity with revenue. So we're proposing to move this up to ensure that it's collected prior to the fees being rendered, and we are then going to apply it to the issuance of encroachment permits or grading permits. And the last and final item is associated with cannabis uses. This is actually a zoning clearance. A zoning clearance is typically a fairly minor process, and it's usually done at the counter, and it's a service we provide to the public without fees. It's simply just ensuring that a proposal is consistent with the zoning, so it's just analyzing that to make a determination. What we found with the cannabis operations is the exercise is a bit more detailed. So there's quite a bit more of an internal collaboration to make a decision on the zoning clearance. It involves the city attorney's office, multiple departments, other divisions within the department, so we're not able to do those currently over the counter. There's more effort that goes into it. We anticipate that to be about 10 hours. The hourly rate associated with that does vary because the positions associated with the review do vary, but we're going with an estimate of $1,200 for that fee. So that concludes the review of the planning and economic development fees, and at this point, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions, council? Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
So the last piece of our presentation will be recreation and parks fees, and we have Kelly Magnuson and Adrian Mertens here to discuss those fees. There's 3 attachments to your resolution that deal with recreation and parks, because there's 3 distinct different programs that we're dealing with fees here for. So we'll let Kelly and Adrian explain that.
Good evening, council members. Kelly Magnuson with the Recreation and Parks Department. I have several fees, revised and new fees, to go over with you this evening. First, I wanted to let you know that we did go before our Board of Community Services with our fee proposal twice. We went to the March meeting and the April meeting, and we got their recommendations and feedback. We also did some outreach with our sports field user groups in May at 2 different meetings, as well as I attended the Bennett Valley Golf Club Board of Directors meeting and got their feedback regarding the golf fees. In addition, staff did lots of research on what other cities are charging for the fees in the different areas of sports field and court use, aquatics, the non-resident resident community center fees, alcohol permit fees, and golf fees. Is that one too many? Back one. Okay. So this slide's an overview of the revised fees, and there are other slides that I'm going to get into more detail, so this is just an overview. We'll be going over the youth league field player fee, the adult league field rental hourly fee, the tennis court rental fee, public swim family passes, lap swim, coffee service, and golf course green fees. So first is the athletic fees. We did extensive research with other cities and what they were charging, and we found our fees in Santa Rosa to be quite low. When we rent fields to the youth leagues, we have about 8 leagues in Santa Rosa representing about 3,500 players. Our current fee is $5 per person, and we're proposing to raise that to $7 per person, and that's for the entire season. And the last time we raised that fee was 2011. And then for the adult leagues, we have 9 leagues in Santa Rosa representing about 2,000 players. Currently, the fee is is $10 per hour for field use, and we're proposing to raise that to $12 per hour. And the last time we raised that fee was in 2014. And then with regards to a permit amendment fee, it's very time intensive to create one of these field permits, because we list out every game, that's going to be played on every field. And then there's a grace period of about 4 weeks where our staff go back and forth with the leagues, solidifying all the dates. And so what we'd like them to do is, when we finish up that permit, have everything finalized. So we're proposing to charge a $25 permit amendment fee in order to help cover our costs for spending more time on those permits. And then the last fee on this slide is regarding a tournament concession permit. And this is a simple way to allow sports leagues to sell snacks and water and drinks at their tournament games. And that would be a new $25 fee.
Excuse me, Kelly. What's that based on? The last department that came up talked about, the cost per hour of a staff member taking care of some of this stuff. How do you come up with $25 for a concession permit?
It would just be an additional fee added onto the permit, and this is just if you've already paid your league fee. If you're selling something in a park, you usually have to have an additional permit to do that.
Right.
If it's a large tournament or a large event, they have to have a park permit.
I'm wondering what it's based on. How did you come up with the number $25?
So we typically look at how we use staff time to create our fees. And I don't know exactly what Rec and Parks did, but I'll talk kind of anecdotally and then let Kelly step back in. So essentially, to do the amendment to an application is going to require some staff time. $25 is a minimal amount of staff time that would be required for that. To do the paperwork and the administrative functions associated with that type of an amendment.
And actually,
how they
settle
settle
the tournament
right.
concession fee.
It's kind of the same thing. You still have to fill out paperwork and do some administrative backup work in order for that permit to go out. I'll go ahead and let Kelly talk about how they came up with it specific to the concession permit, but it would be the same kind of methodology of an amendment. You're going to have to go in and do some paperwork, and some staff time is going to be associated with that. We haven't charged for it in the past, and this is just testing those waters, because trying to capture the full cost of those, we did not every sports tournament will have a concession that they'll want, and so this is a way to pull it out. And then I'll get back.
In fact, this fee is very simple for the leagues if they're just going to be selling concessions. If they were going to have a tournament where they were going to be bringing in portable restrooms and vendors and amplified sound, it goes into a different category called park permit. and the fees are a lot higher. So this is just a simple way to let the tournament sell concessions in the park.
And really what I was trying to get at is, are we trying to recover the cost of issuing a permit? It sounds like no, we're actually just putting a fee.
Okay, so it's $25 to apply for a field permit, and it's $25 to apply for a park permit. So we're just going along the same format.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, the next slide. Let's see. Tennis court. Yeah, thanks. Tennis court rental. Between April 1 and October 31st is our high season. Lots of activity on the tennis court. Currently, we charge $7 per hour for private tennis instruction and private tennis camps. We're proposing to raise that fee by $2 for the high season and leaving the $7 an hour fee in place for the non-busy season. Moving into aquatics. We offer a public swim all-season family pass between April 22nd and October 1st. Currently, it's $250. We're proposing to raise that to $320, and that's for a family of 5. And that was last raised in 2010. And then we also offer a summer family pass that goes from June 5th to August 27th. Currently, it's $200. We're proposing to raise that to $240, and that's also for a family of 5. Those passes are good for every day the pool's open for public swim. It's a very reasonable deal. The next slide for aquatics is regarding lap swim. Currently, it's $5 per person for the general pass. That's for one time. We're proposing that be raised to $6 per person. And then there's a discount if you're senior or disabled. It's $4 currently. We're proposing to raise that to $5, and that was last raised in 2011. On the next line, if you purchase a Flexi Pass, you can save $1 per visit. You have to purchase it in increments of 5 visits. And then the last block there is about lap swim monthly pass. We're proposing to raise that $5. That was last raised in 2010.
Before you move on from aquatics, I've got no problem with any of these fee increases. It looks like it's been quite a while since all of these were raised. But adding $70 to the family all-season pass, that's a big hit to bite off in one increase. What's the justification for a $70 increase?
I think when we looked at other cities, we saw that ours was fairly low, and that's a lot of swim days offered during that all-season pass.
Okay. I feel like this is, a family swim pass is, I would imagine that it's a luxury for most families, and $70 is a lot. We could do that over a period of time. All these fees or a lot of these fees haven't been raised in 5 to 7 years. How often, do we have a policy about how often we want to raise fees, or how often we actually look at other communities' fees to see if we're in line?
We look at them every year, and we look at cities nearby that are our competitors as well as comparable cities by size. We participate in studies with other cities, and we try to keep current on our fees. Also with those swim passes, it's $10 more for 2 more family members. So if you have a family of 7, it's only $10 more for each, 2 more additional people. So, and just to let you know, if you were to just show up and pay the rate to get into the swimming pool one time, it would be $4 for youth and $5 for an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be, you're looking at each single visit is quite a bit of money compared to purchasing a family pass.
Oh, it's definitely a better deal if you use the pool a lot, but it's a $70 increase on a $250 pass. I'm sure we'll get to this. Yes.
Just on that one, and rather than me try to do that long math, what is the percentage increase on each of those? Because I think that would help with some context. Because the dollar amount, 20% maybe?
So it's 28% on the family pass and 20%.
So in the context, if we're increasing 1 year 28%, that I agree with the mayor, that does seem somewhat significant. And not seeing other information about the data that you use to support that, it seems a little high for a 1 year increase, but I'm guessing we'll get to that towards the end.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Coffee service is available for groups that rent rooms at the Findlay Community Center. The cost of coffee has gone up quite a bit, as well as the products that go with it and the paper products. So we're proposing to raise that just slightly. And the groups still have an option of bringing in their own coffee. They don't have to rent they don't have to order coffee from us. Okay, the next slide is an overview of some of the new fees we're proposing, and I'll go into more detail on them with the next slide. We're including an alcohol fee at event venues. These are our rooms in our historic sites and our community centers, and we have 15 indoor locations. We're proposing a non-resident surcharge at our facilities for our seasonal and monthly swim passes and our senior center memberships. We're proposing a capital improvement fee per round at the Bennett Valley Golf Course. And I already talked about the sports tournament concession permit as a new fee. Okay, the next slide is a breakdown of the rooms that we're looking at to propose this alcohol policy. When we were doing our research, we found it was very common for other cities to charge for alcohol separately when groups were renting rooms. But the fees varied very widely. So what we did, we looked at the number of people that would be in the rooms, and we did a breakdown that way. And one of the reasons we want to add an alcohol fee is because we're finding that we have to pay staff a higher hourly rate to manage these events. And we need a higher skill level to manage these events because sometimes they become very difficult. So looking at some of these examples, the first one on there is the Findlay Community Center auditorium is very popular for quinceañeras, baptisms, expos, weddings, those kinds of things. So we're looking at a $100 flat fee for alcohol. And then if you go all the way down the list to the smaller rooms, we'll look at Findlay Community Center Willow Room, which can hold 30 people, and that would be a $25 flat fee if they add alcohol onto their permit. The next slide, we're looking at new non-resident fees for all of our rentals. In previous budget years, as well as at the Board of Community Service meetings, we've been asked to study this. Currently, we have a non-resident fee in our activity guide for all of our classes and programs. So when we looked at other cities, we found that a 5% non-resident fee surcharge would be a very fair fee to charge for our rooms. So we would be including this fee added on to all of our community centers, buildings, rooms, the commissary kitchens, the park permits, the mobile stage, Rosie the trolley, pool rentals, picnic areas, athletic courts, fields, and ball diamonds. This new fee would be very easy to implement and for the customers to understand, and it would be easy for the staff to have the capability to calculate the fee with our new software that we're going to be bringing on soon. The next slide gives some examples of how much the 5% fee would add on to some of the rentals. The top one is the round barn. For a 5-hour reception, the non-resident would be paying an additional $57.75. Another example would be the Cypress Room at the Findlay Center. For a 4.5-hour business meeting, it would add on $10.50 to the non-resident. And then pulling out another one would be Rosie the trolley. If you're a non-resident, renting the trolley, it would add on $20 to your rental fee. Another new non-resident flat fee we're proposing is a $10 fee added on to the swim passes and the senior center memberships. Currently, senior center memberships are $24 for a single and $40 for a couple. The $10 flat fee is what we have in the activity guide for all of our other programs. Okay, the last topic I have here is regarding the Bennett Valley Golf Course. To give proper notice to the golfers, we posted the fee hearing notice at the course on May 19th, and we also attended the golf club board meeting in June, last Saturday. The city manager had asked us to look into a capital improvement project fee for the golf course, and we did find that other cities did have a separate CIP fee. So what we're looking at is adding on $1 to 9 holes and $2 to 18 holes. And to give an example, if we were collecting this fee in 2016, the revenue generated would have been $20,000 roughly for 9 holes, 9-hole rounds, which is 20,000 rounds, and then $67,596 for 33,798 rounds. So that's 18-hole rounds, excuse me. So that's roughly $87,000 in additional revenue that could have been put into a CIP fund. In particular, the irrigation system at Bennett Valley Golf Course is over 45 years old and will need to be replaced, and the estimate was $2 million. In addition, the annual pass holders would also pay a CIP fee. The annual passes for a single would add on $80 and then $130 for a couple. This next slide is just an overview of general information. It's the same info we've brought as in prior years. There are different categories of fees depending on the days of week, time of day, and ages. And then the last slide I have regarding the golf course is the list of the breakdown of the fees. And what we did was we compared, these are called rack rates. So all of the golf courses in the area offer discounts. And so we were comparing our greens fees to the other golf courses' green fees prior to any discounting. So the courses that we compared to are Windsor, Foxtail North and South, Rooster Run, Oakmont East and West, and Northwood. We looked at these fees last summer and also this spring. So the last time we raised the green fees at the golf course was in January 2015. So it'll be 3 years because we're proposing that these would go into effect January 2018. So if you go down the list, the increase is between $1 and $4 for each category. And then towards the bottom of the list, we're looking at the CIP fee going into effect July 1, 2017. And then I also wanted to point out that in the bottom block, we have something called a player card, which offers for $145, it offers a discount for green fees, lessons, items in the pro shop, and range balls. So that's another really good deal that the golf course offers. They also do their discounting on a website called teeoff.com. So there are lots of opportunities for golfers to get discounts. So we did get a lot of feedback on our fee proposal from the golfers at the board meeting. There was questions, and I tried to give as much information as I could. And so before I turn over the next part of the presentation to Adrian, do you have any more questions about my section?
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in some of the methodology on the green fees. For example, as you mentioned, that there are websites that you can get discounts for, but typically I associate those with people who are casual players or people who are one-time players going to a course. And so I'm looking at the increase for an adult on a weekend, 4.6%. weekday 3.3, relatively close. That tracks down with the capital improvement fees that we're adding on here. But when I look at the annual passes, which I'm not quite sure how many we have, but I would assume are your bread and butter, your people who play all the time, it's a 12% increase for an individual, and it's a 9% increase for a couple, which doesn't track. To me, that's almost backwards. To me, the higher increase should be on the more casual player rather than the people who play there all the time. Could you explain a little bit on how you kind of arrived where you did on these?
I would say that we didn't look at percentages as much as we looked at how much the other courses were charging. And you want to answer how we did the math about the annual pass? Nanette might be able to help me with this a little bit.
Try not to bury the lead too much. My concern always with fees is going to be, are we pushing people out that would normally be there, and then do we end up getting less revenue as a result?
Well, Nanette Smichael, Recreation Parks Director. I think that Kelly's first answer is really accurate, because although we can look at percentages, an example was about 8 years ago, there was a decision that every year the fees would just be raised 10%. 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. But where they started wasn't necessarily based in the market. And so this year, one of the things, as well as last year, the last time we raised them, one of the things we were trying to be really conscious of was the comparables. And although we know we have comparable cities population-wise, they don't all necessarily have golf courses. So the real issue for our golf course is the nearby competitive market. And we have consistently been, for Bennett Valley, on the very low end of the range. And although that's great for golfing, it's not necessarily sustainable for the golf course. And you're correct, it's a trade-off. It's a balancing act between, what will the market bear, and what do you need to actually operate and implement your course. And so we really are looking hard at the market, and Kelly does have the comparison available. We could put it on the overhead if that would be helpful. But we looked hard at what other nearby courses that we compare ourselves to were charging. And even with the proposals, we are still very competitive and into that range. So I'm not 100% sure if I answered your total question, but I'd be happy to revisit.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Are we currently operating at a loss at the fees that we're at right now?
Okay, so in order to answer that question, I'll just do a little refresher on how we do operate the golf course. Both our course proper with the pro shop and our clubhouse restaurant, both of those are operated under third-party contract. And so 2 different contracts. And instead of a for-profit organization, instead of us paying them a fee to do the job, instead the arrangement is a percentage of proceeds. So the golf course operator retains a percentage that pays all of their costs to operate that course and to keep it in a good condition. And then they remit a percentage to the city, which is, you could think of it in terms of the rent on that proposition. Same thing happens with the clubhouse. Food and beverage, operator is using that building to run a business, and in the rental payment back to the city is a percentage of those sales. So we're consistently applying that model at the golf course. And so then your question is, are we making a profit? So the city isn't necessarily looking to make a profit. We are looking to get a fair return meaning the percentage and the rent, per our contract. And the city does have a certain type and number of expenses that are our responsibility to pay for. And so we do need to make sure that, and watch very carefully, that we are getting, the percentage return that we are getting is covering our expenses. And so far, yes, the amount that we receive is budgeted to cover our expenses. However, I can tell you that in a year that such as we just experienced with a lot of rain, revenue is down. And so therefore, for a singular year, we will not meet our budget projection. We will not have received the revenue that we had hoped for. And neither did the operator, if that makes any sense. So the idea behind an enterprise fund with third-party contracts is that it's a win-win situation for both parties and that we are sharing in the risk for both parties. And so good year is good for both, a poor year has a result for both.
Okay, that was helpful. My other question was to go back to the alcohol fees. Just refresh my memory, is there also a fee associated with getting the alcohol permit from ABC that we're tacking on an additional fee on top of that for people who want to utilize the space?
The ABC fee is only needed if someone's going to sell alcohol at their event, and that's independent of the contract with us.
You're right, gotcha.
Or if the event is open to the public.
Councilmember Schwedhelm. Thank you, Vice Mayor. You had mentioned a couple times that you got some recommendations from the Board of Community Services. What were they? And specifically, I'm interested in hearing what their feedback was for some of the green fees.
They wanted the non-resident fee to be higher in some of the areas. They really liked the idea of having an alcohol fee that's a flat fee added onto the permit, instead of just raising the hourly rate across the board, just calling out something specifically in order to raise some revenue and cover costs. They liked that idea. We talked a lot about the sports fees, the league fee per child, and then also the hourly rate. And we had people come to the board meeting and talk about that. And when it was said and done, they thought it was very fair. And we actually had good feedback from the user groups as well.
So specifically, just because it's a council-appointed board, if it were to be framed the next time we do this, that the Board of Community Service recommends this, it's kind of like what we get from the BPU or some others. It's helpful for me because when you say we talked to them, well, did they agree with you? Because that's kind of why it's a feedback mechanism for us, so that would be helpful for me in future years. And then do we also have some of the other data? Because I know I asked some of these similar questions back in 2015 when we raised them. There's that supply demand. At a certain point, you want that perfect price point. Have we been able to, or have you tracked it? Because you gave us the 20,000 rounds on this one item. And I know price isn't the only determinant, but have we done that analysis of our last raise of the fees to the number of rounds? Because I'm sure I'm not the only council member who says if you raise this, I'm done playing at Bennett Valley. And I know that's a very small number, but since we did do it back in 2015, did we analyze the last 3 years of use based on an increase in fees?
So we'll tag team this one the best we can. So we do review, we receive and we review the rounds played, and we get that on a monthly basis from the operator, and then we do compare year to year as well. And the truth is that playership is down. It's decreasing, and that is also in alignment with the national trend as well as the regional trend at all the other golf courses. And so the sport itself is losing players to some extent. 3 years ago, when we were here before, we had just concluded like the best year ever. It was like an amazing, atypical, huge, wonderful year. And so truly, we made the adjustments, and then I think we reverted back to a bit of a normal year for rounds played, and then this current year has been impacted by the rain. I mean, we really had a lot of days where the course was not playable, or it wasn't playable for a significant portion of the day, just all the rain. And so there's a couple factors that are contributing there, and we certainly are tracking it and concerned. But the other thing I would say is that Bennett Valley has consistently had more rounds on it than our direct competitor, direct local market. And so the real question is, well, what's the right amount of rounds? Because some folks would say, wow, it's great that you're having that much play, but then there's a trade-off on the impact to the course itself, so then you have to do more maintenance, and there's other considerations there. So I don't think we have the magic answer yet for that course, but certainly we are, to answer your question, we're certainly tracking it, watching it, and also trying to think of the golf course holistically. So it's not just the golf course, it's also the food and beverage aspect of it. And so one of the things that, one of the aspects of data that we're collecting, and hopefully if you're interested we could present it at a later time, but the question in the industry is, well, how much else was transacted during a visit? So what's the average food and beverage revenue that you receive? And so it's not just the play there. And the playership, though, could in fact affect food and beverage sales as well. So if you don't have that player, you may not have that food and beverage. And so we're sensitive to the fact that it all works together, and certainly tracking it and gathering that data, but we don't have a specific answer of what we have to achieve.
And I know you had mentioned the partnership with the operator. What role do they play in offering their opinion about these increases or not? Because as you said, it's kind of a shared responsibility, yes. And also balancing the number of, what are the different tee times. I'm guessing the operator is the one who's kind of helping manage that. So right. Share with me how their input was received with these increases.
Yes. Well, Bob did provide input. He also presented in front of the Board of Community Services as far as, having some of, to say how are we doing, his annual report to the board and talking about playership. His honest opinion was he felt it would be better to do either the capital fee or the greens fee, and possibly not both at the same time. And we listened and we heard that. And then we also weighed that against the market and our infrastructure needs, because we honestly don't have a significant enough source of revenue coming in to refresh the course the way it's going to need from an infrastructure standpoint.
And the way it's proposed now, the capital improvement fee would be applied the $1 or $2 regardless of the category that is listed there. In other words, the juniors for 9 holes, it'll be still $1, and the adults for 9 holes midweek still be $1. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's consistent with where we found courses to be doing so, because it's really talking about the wear and tear on the amenity, and around is around. Yeah.
So with that, what are the allowable uses for the funds if we do go in this direction for the capital improvement fee? Because again, the difference between, is it reinvested into the course or into the structures that some golfers may not use? Can you share a little bit more about how that will be worked out? Who will be making that decision?
Right. In conversation with Bob, we said we wanted it to be a joint decision. Again, we have a business plan that we work off. The golf operator updates a business plan every year, and we talk about the types of improvements that are needed, that are staring us in the face. We talk about the kind of equipment that would be helpful to have there. And the discussion we had is that we would need to reach these decisions collectively. For us, though, the big most urgent thing really is that irrigation system, and it's a very expensive item, and we need to figure out a way to start saving towards that in a more robust way. And so the CI capital improvement fee that's proposed, we propose that it would be segregated and separated in its own, it's part of the enterprise fund, but its own area, so that it would only be these improvements, these enhancements. It wouldn't get blended in with other city responsibility types of expenses, such as the principal and interest on the bond.
And is that documented somewhere? Because I know we'll have this conversation here, and then if someone has a difference of opinion saying, well, wait a minute, back in 2017, you said it was going to be used for this, and here it is, 2024, it's something else. So where would one find the documentation for that?
If there's a way to include it in the resolution somehow, otherwise we have our finance department keeping us very on the up and up.
Well, do you understand what the concern is? It's great, we're all nodding our head here, we all know what the intent was. But again, if this does pass and it's going to be going on into the future, it'd be helpful to have it written down.
So are you suggesting we should do a quick amendment to our management agreement to include the kind of the use of this fund?
So I'm not sure if it's the management agreement. I see here that we're charging this money and we're calling it a capital improvement fee. I just want to know, okay, what does that go for and who makes the decision? Because again, I recognize the needs, and I doubt if everyone's going to be in a complete agreement as to this is the best use of it, whether it's $2 million for irrigation or have a green repair, there's a variety of different competing interests. And so doing it now before we see this bucket of money that a lot of people may think they have their sights set on, this is what Bennett Valley Golf Course needs.
Right.
I'm just offering that. I think it'd be great to do it now.
Right.
Not necessarily tonight on the fly, but have it documented so we don't have to relive this.
I personally think that there's a really transparent way of doing that, because we get monthly operating statements, and we check the statement to the receipts, the revenues, the cashier tapes, however you want to call it. We check that, and it's categorized. Greens fee brought in this much, cart fee brought in this much. The range was this much. It's very specific, and so in our minds, there would be an additional line item that said capital improvement fee brought in this much. And then when we go to deposit that money with the city, it's, in essence, there would be a special area for the CI fee to land in from a revenue standpoint, and then we would make, it would be completely documented when it went to make any expenses from that. So, you could show to the penny what was brought in and what was expensed and what it was used for through the financial statements.
But I think what the council member is asking for is a specific policy the council would come back and adopt around decision-making around this particular fund, and we can bring that back at a future date.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
And, what I've seen in the communications I've had from the golfing public is that there seems to be a understanding among the golfing public that the CI fee is to pay for the debt on Legends. And what I'm hearing is that that is not the intent at all. And I'd like to just make sure that we memorialize that capital improvements are different from debt, and that this money is not going to go toward that debt.
Well, and I think valid is also the discussion of how decision is going to be made about how this fee gets invested beyond that. So I think we can bring back something to memorialize those concerns.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this? We can keep going.
All right. Hello again, Adrienne Mertens, Marketing Outreach Coordinator, Recreation and Parks Department. I currently issue permits for special events on city-managed property. Currently, it is a one-size-fits-all fee structure approach for events permitted for streets, sidewalks, alleys, parking lots, civic sites, courthouse square, block parties, and film production. The permit holder pays an application fee of $75. There is no additional permit fee for use of any of the sites. Staff have done a tremendous amount of research to look into best practices amongst other cities, looking at California cities that are comparable by total population and specific Bay Area cities with similar types of civic sites, like the city's courthouse square, and also other adjacent or neighboring cities. What we found from that research is that the fee schedule for event permits are really all over the board, and there's no consistency amongst cities. So what staff are proposing for event permits is a fee schedule that we believe keeps the fees reasonable for event organizers and also establishes a relationship between the cost and the type, size, and specific site in which the event will be held. We did receive input from our advisory board and other committees during the process of developing the proposed event permit fees. And so the proposed fees are as follows. For streets, sidewalks, alleys, parking areas, excluding block parties and seasonal street markets, the application fee would remain the same at $75. A special event permit fee, this would be a new fee, would be $125 per day. For block party, the application fee would be reduced from the current $75 to $25. And there would be no additional fee for a block party permit. For a seasonal street market, and this would include, would allow for a recurring market for a maximum of once per week for up to 52 weeks per application. The application fee would remain the same at $75, and a new fee would be $25 per street market permit date. For civic sites, such as Comstock Mall, Jeju Way, and similar, but excluding Courthouse Square, the application fee would be reduced from $75 to $50, and the civic site permit fee would be $50 per day, and that is a new fee. For Courthouse Square, these fees were vetted through the downtown subcommittee. The application fee would be reduced from $75 to $50, and then the permit fees would be per day, and these are all new, and staff are proposing a tiered rate for this. This is consistent with how fees are currently established for events in parks, where the rate is set by the potential scale of impact. More people at an event, greater the impact on the site. You'll also note that there's 2 different rate columns for each tier. The feedback staff received from the downtown subcommittee was that events that charge an admission fee for entrance to the event should pay a higher fee for their permit. And so the fees are noted. You'll see there's the basic nonprofit as well as the premium and commercial rate. There's also a fee for the additional side streets. This is Old Courthouse Square, East and West Streets, and that would be $25 per street per day, and that rate would be the same for basic nonprofit and for the premium commercial. For film production, the application fee would remain the same at $75, and a new film permit fee is being proposed for $175 per day. And then finally, one other fee is for city staff time spent on an event. It would be, what we're proposing is the burdened hourly rate. This is similar to how the police department currently charge time for an event. This fee allows for any city department to recover the cost of staff time spent on an event, such as if an electrician from Transportation and Public Works had to come on site to the event, or maintenance was required at the event and the park maintenance staff responded.
Adrian, is that new? How do we do,
Sorry, that would be a new fee, yes. And then here's a summary of the proposed fees that I just presented. And I can take questions.
Questions, council? Go ahead.
Hold on really fast, Mr. Mayor. Quick question on the seasonal street market edition here. So for example, the West End Neighborhood Market. So this would propose adding a $25 fee per week
Correct.
on a market such as that.
Correct.
Okay. So I have down that particular market, and I know it also applies for others like the Oakmont Market, runs from the beginning of April to the end of November. It is largely volunteer run. So instead of just the $75 fee, we're proposing adding, what would that be, about $500 of additional expenditures for them to be able to run a market for our community.
As it's proposed, that's correct.
Has there been any incidents or staff costs that have necessitated adding this particular fee?
No, it's a vendor fee. Venue fee, sorry. So, thank you. The impact is also, so they're closing down a street, they're putting a public right-of-way out of use for, impacting traffic. So there is a greater assessment. You'll see in the special event permit, the proposed $125 per day rate is higher than the proposed day rate for Courthouse Square, for seasonal market.
If you recollect, Councilmember, there was no variation, there was no, the question is, there's always been impact on staff. We have never charged through the flat rate of $75 on any of these types of conversations in the past. So there's been staff impact, there's just been a blanket $75 cost across the board, not variation, not any kind of understanding. This is a way for us to sort of gauge the first step in a conversation around impact. So the answer to your question is there's always a staffed impact associated with events, no matter what the event is. The reality is we haven't been using that metric in the past. It's been a blanket $75 cost.
So with that market, with the Oakmont Market, et cetera, has there been any staff outreach to work with them and let them know that this proposed fee, which is effective July 1st, is coming?
Other than the posting for the public hearing, we didn't specifically reach out to any market organizers.
Okay, I just flagged this for council as being contradictory to our council goal of creating community engagement, and maybe there's a better way for us to do this than putting this fee on effective next month.
So since it's been just shared that there's been no outreach to those market providers, I would strike this from this current year's proposal. We need to do outreach. I mean, I think there are costs associated with it, but I have to agree that if we've done no connectivity to these marketplaces, I'm not prepared to advance this fee at this time.
Thank you.
So just for clarification, is that just on the seasonal street markets, or are there other ones you were concerned about as well?
That's where I see it. I don't know if there's something I'm missing here that falls into that same category. For now, I think that that's correct, unless somebody sees something else.
Are there further questions? Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I'm looking at this, well, first I want to say that I understand how there are growing costs in society, and the city is beholden to those increasing costs just as any other entity doing business. Therefore, I understand why fees can be important to the operation of the city. But when I look at some of these presentations and exhibits, what it feels like is it feels to me like I'm kind of rubber stamping a fee increase. I don't know what the costs look like in this staff packet about what it costs to operate a sports field or an aquatic complex, and how these fees are closing a potential gap for providing service. And so when we come back with these two issues, that would be helpful if it's not overly burdensome on staff and your time to be able to kind of separate out these costs and how these increases are needed in order to provide service. Because if we're kind of meeting our service needs now, I'd like to know that, because then I wouldn't approve a fee increase.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and I'm going to open the public hearing. You don't need to fill out a card to speak at the public hearing, but cards are helpful. And I've got a couple, starting with Jordan Schnurr.
Jordan Schnurr, Communications Chair for Bennett Valley Golf Club, and I would like to thank you for letting me speak, one, and then also bringing up the fact for the CI fee, where that money is going and when it will be spent on, what it will be spent on as well. The $2 million is obviously going to be a big burden on the course and the City of Santa Rosa to incur now, and we'll have to make payments on that over the next 21 to 28 years, depending on rate of play and how much money you charge for, you get from that CI fee. We need to look at the Legends, I think, specifically, and you guys keep calling it a clubhouse. It's not really a clubhouse. It's a sports bar and a community event center. And the course has had to bear the expenses of that place for the last, 10 years that it's been built. And that money that could have been used to go to the irrigation or other improvements would have been there, and you wouldn't have to go into further debt. Kind of lost here, sorry, this is the first time public speaking and everything as well. The overall rate increase for the golf course, you'll continue to lose play. And people will continue to go to other competitors like Foxtail South, who are the cheapest by far. And they may not have the best facility, they're not comparable to Bennett Valley, but that's where people want to go. Because you can play for $17 with a cart in the afternoon, whereas it's going to cost you $28 to $30 for Bennett Valley. So I'm hoping that you guys will not increase the fees and continue to drive away the people that are passionate about this sport and trying to provide, obviously, income for the City of Santa Rosa and the Parks Department, and then really look into the CI fee as far as how much of that will go towards paying the debt that we have to take on now, and then if we could put part of that aside towards future obligations for whether the irrigation 30 years from now needs to be replaced again or it's something else. So thank you.
Thank you. James Burke. Jerry Nemi.
I'm a golfer at Bennett Valley. I paid the annual fee this year. Next year, my cost could go up by $150 or 15%. Other green fees are going up over 10%. That's outrageous. In previous hearings, the culprit behind increasing fees was paying for the clubhouse. The City Council at the time wanted this clubhouse design, even though it was out of the ballpark expensive. I've said before, and I'll say it again, you wanted it, you should pay for it, of the rent and other revenue, but not by raising the cost of playing golf. Now it's capital improvement. It's a capital improvement project. The project improves operations. It should pay for itself at lower costs. There's no need to raise rates. I can't understand why you insist that Parks and Recreation collect fees to offset costs. Is that what makes you happy? It seems like everyone just seems too happy about assessing fees. Is there someone who can attest that the costs are the least they can be? Are they even reasonable? Quit using other places to support costs unless they're exactly comparable. The other thing that's difficult to understand is that you have the money, $230 million in reserve to provide additional support to these departments. Yet you want to burden golfers at Bennett Valley with a 10 to 15% increase in fees. If you're going to increase all fees all the time, why do you need a reserve? Municipalities get hit by disasters all the time, and yet they survive with state or federal help. Is Santa Rosa that different? I love the game of golf because of the honesty and personal conduct inherent in its execution. I made golf the centerpiece of my retirement activity. The course has always been well maintained and sufficiently challenging. Now it's getting more and more expensive to play, and my skills are diminishing. Once there was value to playing Bennett Valley. You've taken that away. Finally, you, the City Council, are supposed to look out for us. You provide the eyes, ears, and judgment so that things are done right. I think your attitude of offsetting costs is all wrong. I don't want to pay the $80 starting on July 1st because I paid an annual fee in January. Should have warned me then that this was coming down the pike. You know, I could have opted out of the annual fee because there was so much rain. I think the proposed increase in golf fees is simply too much and needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have on this item. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on the fees? I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Rogers, you have this item. Do you want to get a motion on the table, please?
Beforehand, I do have one more quick question for staff related to that last comment with the $80 capital improvement fee. Is there an opportunity, either now or in the future, to coincide that fee with the, will that be coinciding with the annual fee for golfers?
The gentleman that purchased the annual pass won't have to pay anything additionally this year. This will go into effect in January when the annual passes are available again. It's just for the single-use fee, like after July 1, if you go out and play 18 holes, you pay additional $2.
So those who have already put money in for their passes, they'll be fine through January 1st of next year.
Correct.
And then the fee will kick in then. Great. So I will move the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa establishing the new and revised fees within the city's fee schedule for the Departments of Fire, Planning and Economic Development and Recreation and Parks with a couple of amendments. One is that the city manager acknowledged pulling back the street market permit. The other is related to the issue brought up by the mayor for the family all-season pass. I'm going to make a motion to have it at $300 instead, which is still a steep increase, but it is at least consistent than the family all-season pass going up the same percentage as the family summer pass.
Second.
Can I add, or are you done? I'd like to add the item about making sure that the capital improvement fee at the golf course is segregated from the debt service for Legends.
It will be. We account for it separately. Debt service is accounted for in a total separate fund within the golf enterprise funds. Debt service is a separate area that we look at differently. So when we get this capital improvement fee, it will not go towards debt service. Would you like that in the resolution?
I would. I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on where that money
Yes.
isn't.
And I'm happy to include that in the motion.
Yes, and I'd have a couple of other questions. It was related to the family swim. Do we currently offer scholarships to families who need them related to public swim for the annual passes?
We do not. We offer scholarships for swim lessons.
Okay. I would propose lowering that even more. I would recommend a 270 to 220. It still keeps the same gap as before, but this is something that families need to access. And I know some have difficulty getting into the pools because of financial situations, but I would like to have our kids enjoying the pools as often as they can. I don't think that would cause a major issue as far as overcrowding at the pool. I know you manage that very well. So if I guess I would ask my colleague if he would consider that.
I have no problem with that.
And then the other thing is we do not have non-resident fees for swimming, correct? Other than pool rental?
Just the passes, not the entrance.
So interest, anybody can come?
That won't change.
And we eliminated that from golf as well. We used to have a non-resident
Correct.
fee, right? So I guess what I want to question is, do we want to have a non-resident fee for rentals? And I'm not hearing that there's a problem with it. I'm not hearing that residents are being pushed out of rentals. And I know that times changed, and my point is this, is that our community, Sonoma County, is becoming more of a destination. And I know we do have some non-resident proposals for other things. I don't believe we have that, for example, for some of our rentals for festivals, events, street fairs, et cetera. We don't have a resident requirement there from that I can see. It's not a problem. So I would rather have this be a destination. If somebody wants to come from the outside and have a wedding at the Turk Round Barn, so be it. I don't see that we're pushing people out. So I would just like to make it so that we do continue to be a destination as we continue to evolve as far as who we are as a community.
I'd actually argue the other side of that, Councilman Oliveris. I just feel like for something like the Turk Round Barn, it is a beautiful venue for a wedding, and it is a complete bargain for anybody coming out who wants to have a wedding in Sonoma County rather than going to a winery or a lot of the private event centers. It's a real bargain, and I think that asking people who don't pay taxes in Santa Rosa to pay a 5% surcharge is a very reasonable ask.
Okay, and I guess that was the question I was asking. Is there a problem where non-residents are pushing out residents from renting some of these places?
I would say possibly with the Turk Round Barn, yes.
Okay.
The other, that's kind of hard to answer because there's only so many Saturday nights where the large rooms are available. So, and people book a year ahead. So that's, it's first come, first served.
Right, but just like we had the same discussion with the Bennett Valley Golf Course, it's not an easy thing to manage because I can rent those for anybody I want throughout the United States, right?
Right.
And that was the issue with the golf course, was how do you manage that? So are there going to be abuses of it? Absolutely, there's going to be abuses of it. That's why, again, I know what we're trying to accomplish here, but it's not something that has a lot of teeth in it as far as keeping non-residents from paying a resident fee.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So I'm prepared to support the motion as amended, but again, it feels odd to me that I'm approving either a fee increase or fee decreases without knowing what the need is inferred from a budget. So in the future, and I don't see I'll be voting to support these fee increases or decreases without being able to look at something in the presentation that gives me a rationale. And if I'm missing it, I apologize, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I think I will echo those comments as well. I understand what we were trying to do here, which before we didn't really have a coherent policy. There's the 10% and whatnot. And I understand we're trying to become more consistent or competitive with those around us. Hopefully this helps put us on that path, but I agree with the Vice Mayor that any proposed fee needs to have some justification to it, whether it be a percentage increase across the board that's consistent or some form of an analysis of how we compare to others. I understand that that's how we've got to a lot of these for particularly golf. And so just the more information we can get about that, the better.
Okay, I think we have a motion and a second, but I'm not clear on the where we are on the 5% non-resident surcharge. Where is the motion maker on that one?
So the 5% is in right now. Council, if there's anybody who would like to weigh in further on it.
Go ahead.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm really struggling with this because it seems for me anyway, it's almost deja vu from 2015 again. Similar to what some of my colleagues have said, the reasoning for some of these increases, I'm struggling with it. I'm not saying the analysis says this is how we selected this point. So notwithstanding that, I do agree, that they're preferential services for city residents. I think I'd be supportive of, even just with the deter ground barn. If you're Santa Rosa resident, you can reserve it up to a year in advance. If you're not, only 6 months. Because again, these are assets for our community here, and whatever we could do to make that mean something, I'd be supportive of.
Is that part of the motion? Or is it a suggestion to make that part of the motion?
I'm not sure how the others feel, and those that made the motion. I could live with it either way, but I would have an interest in throwing some incentive or benefit to be a resident of this city.
I'm going to go back to the seconder of the motion.
No, I hear where you're coming from, and I can live with that.
All right. Is staff clear on what the motion is at this?
So if there's a timing issue, I would say that would create more work for staff. I would recommend either tabling the 5%, we can come back to that in future. So the incentive is those folks, I think the basis for this being brought forward by staff is that these folks do not pay taxes for these assets as a basis, and that we're charging a 5% usage fee on top of it for being a non-resident. As you heard, there may be one scheduling issue. I would really not urge council to get into a conversation about preferential scheduling, because I think that's going to be more of a challenge for staff to monitor. I would rather table the 5% to a future conversation or usage fee to a future conversation if you're not comfortable advancing that. I'm just seeing that is we can easily identify some things. It's harder to get into trying to mine two schedules, one for one group, one for another. I think the 5% is about the residents pay taxes for that facility, for that usage. The 5% comes out of that. I'm comfortable leaving that for this year. I don't want to get into trying to manage two different sets of schedules. That's actually much more complicated for staff. So that would be my urging not to move. If you don't feel comfortable moving it, I'm perfectly comfortable not moving it, but that's what my plea would be. I think it's more complicated to do two schedules.
Mr. Rogers, what's your pleasure?
I'm leaning towards keep the 5% in, address the scheduling issue down the road if that be the will, but not deal with that tonight.
And
that's fine.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Your votes.
So can I get one clarification?
Yes.
What I didn't catch was the reduction in the fee for the family pass for swimming. There were two fees there. It went from,
I think we were down
320 to 300, but the other one.
270, 220.
Yes.
So,
A $20 increase on each.
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
Council, your votes. Those fees pass with 4 ayes and 1 no from Councilman Schwedhelm. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 15.3, public hearing, parking rate changes and parking ordinance amendments. Kim Nadeau, parking manager, presenting.
Not on, I'm on now. Okay. Good evening. Last but not least, one more round of fees. So this item has been quite a long time in the making. I'm very excited to be here to present these recommendations to you. The recommendations are a result of our study that we conducted with Nelson Nygaard, who was hired last year. We made a presentation to you at a study session in March, so I'm not going to go belabor reviewing all of the details of that report now. I'm going to spend most of the time on the recommendations themselves. However, I do need to mention that this presentation was revised since it was posted. There are a couple slides that have been added to provide more clarification. There's been a couple changes to the presentation, and I needed to let you know about that.
Would you point those out when we get to them, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Here's the first one. I thought it might be prudent to give you just a summary of what progressive parking means. It's a term that was coined by Donald Shoup, who is a professor at UCLA. He applied economic principles to parking management. And he was invited to the city council to come to Santa Rosa. He reviewed our parking management system in 2009, and he spoke to the planning commission and the city council. And after that, the council made looking at the feasibility of implementing progressive parking theories a council goal. So at long last, we're here. While he was here, Dr. Shoup observed that, like many cities in the country, people often have a perception that it's hard to find a place to park, yet there are plenty of abundant parking spaces available. You will find high demand for desirable on-street spaces, while some garages have a plenitude of vacancies. His principle is based on using pricing to manage the parking supply, finding the lowest price that achieves 85% occupancy, or the equivalent of one empty space per block at peak times. So the purpose of our study was to improve parking accessibility in high-demand areas. To put it really simply, we're trying to make parking as easy as possible for people. We want to maximize the use of our existing parking supply while minimizing the need to construct any new parking, which is very expensive. We want to reduce spillover into neighboring residential areas. We want to support the downtown economic growth and economic vitality. And we want to reduce circling, where people are driving around looking for a space, reduce congestion, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So our process included extensive public outreach. We held stakeholder meetings, we held community meetings, we went to the Wednesday night market, the community advisory board. I went to the Railroad Square Merchant Association and chamber meetings. We did surveys both in person on the street and online. And in addition to that, Nelson Nygaard reviewed existing conditions, projected demand, future demand in Railroad Square, and reviewed best practices that have been successfully implemented in other cities. So the findings from all of that were that the overall supply meets the demand. However, there are high demand sub-areas like 4th and 5th Street that exceed 85% occupancy at peak times. We also found that there's issues for employee parking, particularly with regard to low-wage employees, service-related employees. And the public input told us that the most important thing for most people coming downtown is that it was easy and convenient for them to park. Secondary concerns for the majority was price. So I've got a number of recommendations to present to you. Most of them we're proposing we would make effective within 90 days if they are approved. A few of them would be proposed to be effective July 1. So I'm going to start out with the ones that would be effective within 90 days. And one of the more significant changes that we're proposing is establishing 2 parking area zones in the metered parking areas. So we would establish a premium rate area that would increase rates from $1 an hour to $1.50. Right now we have 2 rates. We've got $1 an hour at all the parking meters and 75 cents an hour in all of the garages. So we would leave the rates at $1 an hour in the value area. And I'm going to just jump ahead real quick to show the map of those proposed rate areas. The center kind of orangey brownish color is the premium area, which is the area that has the highest demand. And then that area around that, which is supposed to be blue but looks sort of gray, is the value area, and that would remain at $1 an hour, and that's where there's less demand. Let's see, now if I go back. So in addition to proposing these initial rate changes, we're also asking for authority to the Finance Department to adjust rates without coming back to council for each incremental change. Right now, any rate change that would occur with parking, every time that needs to come to council for approval. The last rate changes for the parking program were, for the most part, and the vast majority of downtown, was 2008, so we're going on almost 10 years since there's been rate changes related to parking. The one exception to that is Railroad Square, where the rates were changed from 50 cents an hour to $1 an hour for parking meters in 2010. So in both regards, it's been quite a while. So these rate adjustments that would be authorized have parameters. The rates could be adjusted no more than every 6 months. The adjustment could be no more than 25 cents an hour. The adjustment would be strictly data-driven. So if we find after the first 6 months, as we're doing our occupancy counts, and I'll speak to that in just a second, if the occupancy is 85% or above 85%, then we would be looking at increasing the rate by 25 cents to achieve this goal of 85% occupancy. If the occupancy was between 70 and 85%, we'd leave the rates the same, and if the occupancy was less than 70%, we would be looking at decreasing the rate by 25 cents an hour. We have already license plate recognition equipment on 2 of our enforcement vehicles, and we were happy to learn that that existing equipment that we have can be used to gather occupancy data. So we've been testing that equipment to gather that data. So we expect that we'll be able to use that when, assuming this is approved, to gather that data. So we will have occupancy data and we won't have to incur additional costs to gather that. In addition to changing rates, we're also looking at changes to the hours of operation and time limits. So presently in the downtown, the hours of operation for metered parking are 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. However, the purpose of having paid parking is to manage parking when you have demand that exceeds supply, when it's really busy and people are struggling to find a parking place. There is no problem finding a parking place at 8 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning, as we've seen through our study and looking at the occupancy data. So it really doesn't make sense to be charging that early in the morning. It doesn't meet the goals that we would have. It's unnecessary. However, what we did find is that it is very crowded and the occupancy is extremely high in the premium area between 6 and 8 o'clock. So we're proposing that the hours be shifted 2 hours later in the premium area, running from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And we're proposing that the time limits be extended from 1 to 2 hours to 3 hours. And then in the value area, we're also proposing a later start time to 10 a.m., but it would continue to stop at 6 p.m. as it does now, because the demand in that value area doesn't justify having paid parking later. And in that area where currently the time limits vary from 1 to 10 hours in the value area, we're proposing that would be, the minimum would be 4 hours and the maximum would be 8. And just the reason for that reduction from 10 to 8 is because currently we have enforcement for 10 hours. We're proposing enforcement for 8 hours. So 8 hours would be the maximum that you could park.
Excuse me, Ms. Nadeau.
Yeah.
I know that we talked about this before, probably a couple times, extending the time limits to 3 hours in the premium area. And I wonder what that does to being able to determine whether the premium rate is actually working in moving cars around, creating those vacancies. And I'm just wondering if we're adding too many wrinkles to this that we won't be able to get a good read on how things are working with the price change.
Well, we'll certainly know if we've achieved our 85% occupancy, which is I guess the primary goal is that when somebody comes in downtown to park on 4th Street, they should have a very high degree of confidence that they're going to be able to find a place. When we hit the fees right.
Yeah, I agree with that. What I'm worried about is that we're setting ourselves up for a fee increase in 6 months.
That very well may happen, and that is actually the whole point of the kind of the basis of the progressive parking philosophy, is that you are kind of incrementally over time adjusting rates until you hit that sweet spot. And so you're right, it very well may happen that there will be incremental increases, and this is how it's been done successfully in Berkeley and San Francisco and cities throughout the nation, smaller, mid-sized cities. I just got back from a parking conference, and I was inspired hearing about all the cities across the country, not just big cities like San Francisco, who are implementing these types of changes. And the point is not to do a huge drastic change, it's to kind of incrementally hone in on where is that sweet spot, and it may change over time. You know, at one point it might be higher, and then it might end up going lower because of the changes in the economy or market forces, or people are driving less and Uber is taking over. I mean, it's hard to know where it would end up. I just think it's going to be something that will always be changing. It's never going to be the end. There'll never be just this number that's going to sit there and never change.
Okay. I don't want to occupy this space for too long, so keep going.
So in addition to looking at on-street changes, we're also looking at off-street changes, also based on these same progressive possibility or philosophies. So the first thing is we're proposing to offer the first hour free at Garage 1, which is on 7th Street, and Garage 12, which is behind the Roxy Theater. Those are our two largest garages, and they're also our most underutilized garages. So this would be yet another opportunity to encourage people to utilize our underutilized facilities and to better balance parking throughout the downtown. Along with that, or in conjunction with that, we're proposing lowering the hourly rate in those two garages to 50 cents an hour from the 75 cents an hour that it is now. We would leave Garage 3 and 9 the same, so that's 5th Street and D Street, and I have a map next to look at all those facilities. And then Garage 5, which is our smallest and busiest garage on 3rd Street. It's just right adjacent to Courthouse Square. It's often full at peak times, and people drive through and then leave and are looking to park somewhere else. We're proposing raising the rate in that garage to $1 an hour, which reflects the demand in that location. So like Garage 1 is to the top left, and Garage 12 is sort of at the bottom in the middle. Those are the two garages that are more peripheral and are used the least. We're also looking at associated changes to our monthly permit rates. And again, this is all driven by the demand to park in these locations. So Garage 12 would see a decrease of about 25% in the monthly permit rate, which would be the same as the permit rate at Garage 1. And then we're looking at increases of 10 to 14% at the garages and lots that are listed there. Garage 5 has had a waiting list for, I've been with the city for 10 years, and it's had, or 11 I guess now, it's had a waiting list. I don't know, forever it seems like it's had a waiting list. It's small and there aren't very many permits there.
Question yes. Here from the Vice Mayor.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I had a question about this. I was actually at Pete's Coffee this morning getting my cup, and one of the employees asked me a little bit about what was going on with parking here right now and these proposed changes. And what she asked was, are there any concessions possibly being made for employees who most of whom, at least in the case of this young woman, has to spend out of pocket every day? It costs her $8 to go to work, $160 a month, and about $1,900 a year.
We're getting there.
Okay.
We're almost there.
All right, great, thank you.
So this is separate from that. So these, the Garage 3 and 9 are also very close to having waiting lists, so that's why they're proposed to have increase in rates. Similarly, Lot 2 has a waiting list. So these are all our highest demand facilities, so we're proposing those changes. So here we go to your question. Effective, these are the recommendations that we propose that we would be able to make effective July 1 if approved. And so the first is a low-wage employee parking permit program. So these permits would be made available at those 2 underutilized garages. They would be available to employees who make $17.80 or less, and that is based on the Section 8 HUD published income guidelines for 60% of median income. So that would be adjusted annually based on those published income guidelines. And then they would be offered a reduction of 50% in the regular permit rate. So it would be roughly $1 a day. Well, I guess if you worked every single day, it would be $1 a day, but it's $31 a month. So it's a pretty significant discount for parking. And then lastly, we have what were formerly called meter cover fees, and we're changing that name to meter reservation because we don't use meter covers that much anymore with our meters. We have various ways of reserving meters for, it's primarily related to construction. So the fee currently is $12 a day, and we're recommending that that fee stay the same in the value area, but it would increase to $15 a day in the premium area, which just reflects the proposed rate changes that we have in the hourly rate. So the benefits from all of these changes are, as I said before, number one is to make parking easier for people, to make people have a high degree of confidence when I come downtown I'm going to be able to find a spot, and to give people options. If convenience is your number one thing and you need to come down and run an errand at the 600 block of 4th Street, there are people who would like to have some assurance that they're not going to be driving around in circles trying to find a spot they can pull in and run their errand, and paying $1.50 an hour for that convenience is of value to them. Conversely, for people who are more cost conscious, we're offering a variety of options for people to park at lower costs in various locations. So it gives people choices and also adds to the convenience, because I'll go back to our surveys. The thing that we heard through the surveys was the majority of people placed a higher value on the convenience and the ease of parking. It'll also reduce illegal parking. I would expect we're going to be writing fewer tickets for people downtown because they'll be able to park longer. That is an issue. We have seen that the average length of stay for most people downtown, excluding people who are working, is 2.5 hours. So that 3-hour limit on 4th Street should be ideal. And also, what I've heard from other cities who have implemented this and they had concerns about turnover, many cities are completely eliminating time limits. They're totally relying on the turnover through the pricing as opposed to having time limits, and they're finding that that's working. So we'll see as we move forward, but that's what I'm hearing from other cities who have implemented this. We're addressing the affordable parking issue for low-wage employees. We would expect that this would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and circling, and this will allow us to maximize the use of our parking assets and better distribute the parking throughout the facilities that we have. So our recommendation from the Finance Department is that the council introduce an ordinance amending various sections of the city code to implement best practices for managing parking, and by resolution adopt the schedule of parking user fees attached as Exhibit A. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Council, are there questions on this? I'll go to the public hearing. This is a public hearing. You don't need to fill out a card, but I do have some cards. Sue Cade, and I think she may have left. Willard Richards.
Mayor Corsi, council members, my name is Willard Richards and I live on Highland Drive in Santa Rosa. This agenda item is a very happy one for me. It's been many years since Donald Shoup came to Santa Rosa to talk. Other cities have been adopting his ideas. I first learned about them from the late Joel Woodhull, who worked with Donald Shoup in Los Angeles before he moved to Santa Rosa and indoctrinated me with his ideas, and I became a believer long ago. My understanding is that there are many things you consider when setting parking fees, but the one at the top of the list is you want to set the fees so that when each driver does what he or she perceives to be in their own best interest, that then parking use is optimized for the whole city. And I think we're headed in that direction. I expected there would be more pushback before the council this evening, and I think the lack of naysayers here speaks volumes in the skill of Kim Nadeau in doing her homework with the community. I would like to comment on one thing I was prepared to push back on, and that is extending the hours into the evening. When I first began paying attention to parking, there were a lot of people who thought that the only thing that would work for downtown Santa Rosa is free parking. Well, I think we all understand that that's not good. Right now, if you come downtown at 6:30 or 7 and drive around looking for a parking place, the odds are very good that you're going to have to drive into the value zone to find a space and then walk into the premium zone. The proposal would make it so that there are spaces available in the value zone, so you have the option of parking there. If you decide to walk from the value zone because you don't want to pay for the parking there, you're no worse off than you were before. So I just see advantages to expending the parking into the evening. Regarding the time limits, for many years I attended the League of Women board meetings on 5th Street, which last 2 hours. And so it was always if we parked in a 2-hour space, we had to hustle to avoid a ticket. Also, if you come down for dinner, it's nice not to be constrained to 2 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Steve Bertelbaugh.
Thank you, Mayor Corsi and members. Steve Bertelbaugh with the Transportation Land Use Coalition. It's been a long road, and we've been watching it as it's gone along, and I think the staff has done an excellent job of balancing the issues here. I try never to pay for parking, but I realize I'm driving a vehicle that costs $20,000, $30,000. I really ought to be paying for parking because indeed the value of the parking places it needs are larger than the value of the vehicle. Every parking place costs $10,000 or $15,000 to put in, even a surface lot. And so we really need to be extending paid for parking. And I think the method that's proposed here, which is proposed capitalism for parking instead of communism for parking, is a good move. Thank you.
Well, if you put it that way. I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council on this issue? Then I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If you are going to put it to questions again, let me reframe one in the form of a question. So thank you for the presentation, because I love hearing this. One thing, a little concerned about enacting this now, given what has recently happened with the reunification Courthouse Square. In other words, I've been down talking to downtown businesses, and some folks are saying, hey, can we get at least one shopping season in before we raise any of the parking fees? In other words, what would be the impact if we initiated this or started this in February of 18? Because our last Christmas season with construction was impactful. And so I guess I'm worried about some of the downtown business owners who are saying, and now you're going to raise fees. You know, and I totally get the science, but a lot of this is a perception. You're doing this when, man, last holiday season, you reunited the square. Thoughts on that or comments?
Well, my thoughts are that if we were to implement this now, it would make parking much easier during the holiday season for many people. However, I understand that there is a perception that that isn't the case, but all of the studies and all of the research says otherwise, so it's at your discretion.
I totally, it's the same thing that, as I'm sure many of us up here have been saying, the perception of the reunification of the square is going to attract more people downtown. The reality and the perception of some folks downtown, they're a miserable failure. And I'm just trying to struggle to balance that, because additionally to reuniting the square, we also do have additional parking, obviously, on each side of the square. So I heard what you had to say. And then one other question I had too was about the 2 employee parking garages that were identified. And that was based, what I heard from you, on capacity of each of those garages. Was safety or the perception of safety factored into either of those locations? And I'll use the example of, you know, if you're a restaurant worker where your business closes at 10 and you're on 4th Street between Mendo and D Street, that can be kind of a scary walk at that time in the evening. Was there some consideration made for, during these hours, we ought to have some employee parking closest to the garages where the businesses actually are, versus having them go, again, if you're in that 100 block of 4th Street, to go all the way down to 7th Street, the feeling of safety is a concern for some members of our downtown. Thoughts on that?
I am aware of those concerns. The issue for us is we don't have capacity in the other garages to sell any quantity of permits. I mean, we are down to, as I said, we've got a waiting list in one, and we're extremely close to waiting lists in the other 2. So I think there's more to be considered with regard to this. A couple things. One is I'm hoping that the merchant community will look at collaborating together in coming up with some solutions or ideas about how they might work together to have their employees travel together related to their shift times. So that's one thought. Another thing is we're budgeting this cycle to replace our garage equipment, and we'll be able to have new technology that's going to allow us to do more things with our garages. And so there may be opportunities for us to look at permits based on time of day. We don't have that now, but you know, maybe there would be an opportunity where we have permits that are from 8 a.m. to 6 or 7 a.m. to 6 or something, and then we have evening permits for those workers who are working. So we might be able to do that within the next year or year and a half. It's not something that we're equipped to do right now, but I could see that being a solution that might work down the road.
So my takeaway, when you talked about, let's just say the 5th and Beaver garage, whatever number that one is.
Third, garage 3.
Okay, garage 3, that's what I've been calling it all these years. Garage 3, after hours capacity, we're not exactly, we can't say for sure that is at capacity after, let's say, 5 or 6 o'clock.
Right. No, I can say that yes, I look at those occupancy charts. So yes, the occupancy does go down later at night, and there would be opportunity for us to have, actually to sell more permits, but it would be limited to the time of day. But we don't have the equipment right now for that, and enforcement for us today would be problematic.
So it sounds like it's a technology issue that we'll maybe be able to resolve in hopefully the relatively near future.
Yes.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Tibbetts.
So first, I want to address what Councilmember Schwedhelm said. If it does seem, if you had conversations with business owners, I haven't. Well, actually, that's not true. I had a conversation with one, and she expressed that this change was a little daunting. So I am not at all opposed to us approving this, because I am excited about progressive parking and what it means for the city, but maybe just having an implementation date on January 1st or 5th after the big shopping season comes in. The other thing that I want to bring up here is about the employee discount. First, I want to say thank you for thinking about the employees and creating that opportunity for them to afford to park here without it being overly burdensome. However, when $17.80, although that seems like a good wage, that's $34,176 a year before taxes. Actually, I think that might even qualify for EITC. But my point with it is that could we look at something? I mean, ideally, I'd love to just give employees free parking because they work here, they're contributing, and I think that the merchants would appreciate that move as well. But again, I don't know what that does to your numbers. But is there a way that we could go back and look at a tiered structure? So maybe it's $31 for someone who's making $34,176 a year at $17.80 an hour, and then maybe at $22 somebody's paying $38 or $39. So it still pencils for you, but there's a tiered system. So somebody making $18 an hour, which is a pretty consistent managerial wage or assistant supervisor wage in a retail environment, is all of a sudden not eligible. Because if I was that employee, I'd go to my merchant and say, hey, it's cheaper for me to make $17.80 or $17.65, and then I save $1,900 a year. Is that at all a possibility?
It's certainly something that we can look into. My initial reaction is that it sounds like it's going to be a very expensive program for us to manage. So I'm more than happy to add that to along with the permits that can be geared towards time of day. I mean, that's another thing that we can look at.
Yeah, anything. Even if you come back and say, look, it didn't pencil, here's why. At least we did our due diligence for a lot of these folks. I think that would be personally really important to me. And while I'm on the subject, Kim, I just want to say thanks for the 3-hour change, because I know that when this first came forward, I had reservations about moving into the peak dinner and bar hours, I think I mentioned, where there's a lot of traffic and business going on. So thank you for making it 3 hours versus 2, because as Mr. Richards says, I said as well, I think it's important that people aren't sitting in there getting carried away and then they come out 2.5 hours, 3 hours later and they've got a ticket waiting for them. So I want to thank you for that change.
Any other questions? Mr. Rogers?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, because I know we did have quite a few questions and concerns the first time that came to us, and I can see that you tried really hard to address many of those concerns in here. I did want to echo the comments about employee safety, and that I would be interested in some form of commitment from the council that we come back and discuss potential ways to do the time certain or time monitored use of the closer lots for the evening. I would point out, I apologize, I've got something in my eye. I would point
Parking is making you cry.
Yeah, totally. I would point out when I was a fellow in the Capitol, Sacramento had a pretty robust tiered system for employees, particularly those of us who were not paid. That might be a good opportunity for you to look at for the Vice Mayor's concerns there.
I'm sorry, I did look at Sacramento, so I don't know that they have a tiered system anymore, because that was one of the ones that I did reference, and their hourly rate is actually lower than ours. I looked at that and I thought that that's just too low. We need to make it higher because it's so expensive to live here. But they don't currently have anything that's tiered. They just have one.
Well, now you're just making me feel old.
I'm sorry.
I do continue to have some concerns that this unfairly ends up punishing seniors who, if they aren't as mobile, have to pay more for parking. But I also understand that might be a consideration now to begin with, that they might not have parking that's closer and have to still figure out a way to either not be there.
That's right.
So I'm okay with that. We discussed a little bit back when we first had this discussion about the garages as an incentive not having a time where it becomes free. So my question is, if we're pushing people into the garages, will it still have these same hourly restrictions where at 6 o'clock for the non-value garages, the individual parking there is no longer accumulating parking fees.
I didn't follow you, I'm sorry.
So when we make these changes, I'm looking at page 8 for the value versus the non-value, the 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Are you referring to the PowerPoint or to the staff report? Sorry.
Sorry, to the PowerPoint,
Oh.
page 8 of the PowerPoint.
So these apply only to the metered parking, what you see on that page?
Right. So my question is about in the lots that have the different fee associated with them, is there a time in the lots where it will become free for individuals to park in as it does in the flat parking?
So the parameters that you see on this page apply to on-street parking and all of the surface lots, but not to the garages. So I guess your question you're asking me is, are we going to continue to operate the garages 24 hours a day? Is that
Correct.
your question? Yes, that is the proposal at this time, to continue to operate them with what we call gates down 24 hours a day. And that is not based on demand, because clearly from 1 to 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, there are not a lot of people parking in the garages. But it has served to be a deterrent to keep people out of the garage. It doesn't mean it keeps everybody out, it doesn't. But having that gate there and the idea in a person's head that they're gonna have to pay something to get out or break a gate or violate a law in some way to skirt that fee helps to keep people out of there who really have no business being in there. And that's why we do it.
Okay. The flip side of that, the question that I have is about individuals, say they come down for an evening with their friends and drink and decide to leave their car there.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to give people an incentive to both use the underutilized parking, and I don't ever want to give an incentive for somebody to try to drive their car home when they probably shouldn't, because they don't want to have to continue to pay the fee.
That may happen on a rare occasion. What I have heard more, actually people appreciate having the garages because there are no time limits. They can leave their car there and they don't have to worry about getting a ticket. So it's a safe place for them to leave their car. Now, where I have heard that is on street, where because we start charging at 8 o'clock in the morning, I've heard that people try to do the right thing, they don't drive home, they leave their car on the street, and then they're upset that they got a ticket because they didn't get up early enough to move their car before the paid parking. But that would change under this scenario.
Correct.
To 10 a.m. They get to sleep in a little more before they had to get to their car.
Right. Okay, my final question is, in the previous study session, it was brought up about a business validation program that uses vouchers. I think they're purchased at the Chamber of Commerce building, if I remember correctly. I agree, and my motion was going to be that we pass this but not have it kick in until January 1st for the reasons stated with the square and with the shopping season. What I would request is that we also do more to educate both the public and the business owners on how that validation program works. I know that we can now use the app, the parking app, to do the validation on it. But when we had the study session on this, I saw business owners in the audience looking bewildered when we talked about this program, and after the fact reached out and said, we actually don't know anything about this. So to me, this might also be a part of an educational opportunity for us to say, we are making all of these changes to our parking, which will hopefully not confuse people to begin with, but also tie in the validation program into that effort of educating people.
Okay.
I just wanted to talk about the suggestion that staff be able to make changes up or down in rates I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that before that happens, the council is informed, and so we are ready for whatever suggestions we get from the public when that happens.
Yes, I didn't say that, but I had fully expected that as we initially launched this program, especially for the very first, 6-month period when we do our first adjustments, assuming we do, and it's likely that we will make adjustments. I fully expected that we would report to you in advance of that, because it would be the first change and we'd get to tell you how the program's working.
Great. Other questions? Mr. Rogers, you have this one too.
So I'm not sure how you want to start with this. So I will move the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing an increase in parking user fees effective January 1st, 2018. And waive further reading of the resolution.
I would second if we can have some more comment on the specific date. Just because I know, maybe from a parking perspective, January 1st is a holiday. If we had maybe January 8th, which would be the following Monday, would that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine. But just, oops. Sorry, I wasn't on. January 1st is a holiday, so it's free parking anyway.
Right.
But yeah, January 8th is fine, yeah.
And we have free parking on Sunday too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
that's fine.
And I would agree to that friendly amendment.
Was that a second?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Your votes, please. That passes 5-0.
And then I believe we also need to do a motion, correct, for the ordinance. So I'd move the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending section 11-08.060 and various sections of chapter 11-24 of the Santa Rosa City Code pertaining to parking, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes? 5-0. Thanks very much. We have some communications.
Yes, item 16.1, Federal Single Audit Report for June 30th, 2016, provided for information. Item 16.2, Solid Waste Annual Rate Increase, provided for information. Item 16.3, Letter of Support for SB 231. Hertzberg, Local Government, Stormwater Management, provided for information.
Thank you. And we are adjourned.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.